Alright. It's been a while. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about forgetting what happened because, I don't think I could forget that if I tried. I don't think I could, even attempt to forget what has happened here. But, you know, just, let me just recap real quick. Yui, dead. Kurusu, dead. Ito, broken. Serika, murderer. And, Miyashiro is, like, wanted by the police. Fun. Exciting. But genuinely, what the hell is going on? Oh, okay. So, recap out of the way. What a fun recap, right? Just a great, good stuff. Alright. What the hell is going on?
依然として重要参考人である宮代拓君の情報は入ってきておりません。なお未成年の実名を明かした上で指名手配に踏み切った理由ですが、警察側は事件の重要性を鑑みての判断と発表しており。
I woke up with a dull ache in my head and an unpleasant sound in my ears. I must have been sweating. My clothes were wet and sticky. Oh, jeez. I'd never seen this ceiling or smelled these smells before, but then I remembered. This was Frisia, Momose's company. I didn't feel like I'd slept at all. I put my hand on the cushions of the sofa that I'd been lying on and slowly sat up. After what happened, When the last moments of the dream came flashing back to me, I looked at my hands. I could still feel the sensation of her motionless, but still warm and living body. My hands were shaking, but they were the color of human skin. Back then, they'd been stained dark red. Stained with Nono's... Why?
大丈夫ですか？あ。
Arimura was sitting on the sofa across from me. She's still alive. For now. One of the lucky survivors so far. She winced when she looked up at me.
すいません。大丈夫なわけないですよね。
Really? Oh, I'm sorry. Come in. Okay. Jeez. Oh, that's funny.
コーヒーでも入れます？
I didn't want any. I didn't feel like eating or drinking anything. But I couldn't even muster up the energy to refuse. That's how exhausted I was.
法務省人権擁護局や弁護士連合会、また各種人権団体も今回の実名報道に関しては事実上黙認と取れる声明を発表しており、世論も肯定的な方向に傾きつつあります。
まるで6年前と同じだわね。
西條匠ですか？
ええ。ニュージェネレーションの狂気の犯人として祭り上げられ、それを覆して一躍有名人になったあの子。
Kunosato and Momose were talking in front of the TV. The people on the TV were still saying that I was the one who was behind the killings. It didn't seem real. What reasoning? What's the reasoning? There has to be something. When they said my name, it felt like they were referring to some other Takeru Miyashiro, who lived somewhere else in the world. Momose looked over at me.
おはよう。
I tried to say something back, but the words got caught in my throat. It felt like if I said something, all the feelings bottled up inside me would come pouring out at once.
報道では重要参考人になってるけど、なぜか警察はあなたを一連の事件の主犯と断定したみたい。
クルス・ノノを殺害した犯人としてもな。クルス・ノノの司法解剖記録を極秘で回してもらったが、お前に不利な証拠ばかりだ。
多分捏造でしょうね。そもそも正規の手続きすら踏まれていないから。
Autopsy report. I couldn't process the phrase. I heard it, but it didn't make sense.
お前がここにいることはまだバレていない。警察は碧峰学園と青葉寮を中心に。
Their voices got further away. I could tell they were saying something to me, but I couldn't figure out what.
おかしいな。僕の現状を情報として伝えてくれてるはずなのに。現状の情報？
Why? Would it help? Help with what? What could it help me solve? No matter what I do, it's too late. Kunisado slammed her hand down on the desk. I looked up, surprised.
どうなんだ。心当たりはないのか。
Idea about what?
尾上セリカが行きそうな場所に心当たりはないのかと聞いている。
あなたが丸一日眠っている間にね、新庄ちゃんと一緒に彼女の自宅に踏み込んだのよ。でも誰もいなかった。
Day? So today was November 5th?
部屋にあった PC からデータをコピーして持ち出したんだけど、結局手がかりなし。居所の見当すらつかないの。しかもあなたが犯人と断定されてしまったものだから、いくら新庄ちゃんが頑張っても彼女を公に捜査することができなくなった。
警察から何から動きがおかしい。完全にはめられたな。こうなると手がかりはお前だけだ。尾上セリカと幼馴染だったのなら何かあるだろう。
Serica's childhood friend. Yeah, that's right. Serica was my childhood friend. She'd always been with me since I was little. We did everything together. So why would Serica... Kunisado grabbed me and pulled me close enough that I could feel her breath on my face.
いい加減にしろ。
Oh my lord.
せっかくのチャンスを無駄にさせる気か。
I hate this chick so much.
ずっと探してきたギガロマニアックスのシリアルキラーがようやく正体を見せたんだ。そこから糸をたぐっていけば奴らに繋がる可能性が。いい加減にしてください。
There has to be another one, right? Because she has the mind reading powers, but there has to be someone out there with the like mental manipulation powers. Unless they're the same, but that seems a little much. A loud voice echoed off the walls of the room. No, I think there's someone else. They're a duo of some kind. I thought Arimuro had gone to make coffee, but at some point she'd walked over to me and started to glare at Kunisado.
妹さんに続いてクルス先輩をお姉さんを亡くしたばかりなんですよ。それなのに
This woman is incapable of empathy. It doesn't exist. Come to think of it, she'd been really worried about Kurusu, so I'd promised that I would find her. So why? Why did this happen? She glanced at me for just an instant, and her lips were trembling.
もう少し言い方があるでしょ、久野里さん。
相変わらずだな、お前は。
何がですか？
兄弟のこととなるとすぐにカッとなる。
Arimura swallowed her words. It was as if she'd been stabbed. She clenched her fists tight, as if trying to stop herself from doing something she might regret.
私は優しくできる人間が限られている。その中にお前たちギガロマニアクスは入ってないんだよ。
Kunasato let go of me and spoke, her voice as cold as ever.
最低。
That. Yeah.
お前相手に嘘をついても仕方がない。私は犯人を捕まえて、その裏にあるものを暴き出せればそれでいいんだ。
だからって。
Arimura's phone vibrated in her pocket. She looked annoyed when she took it out, but her expression changed when she saw the screen. She tapped the screen and put the phone up to her ear.
もしもし、ウキ？大丈夫？そっか。あ、ちょっと待って。その前に花に代わって。
Uki? Hana? Come to think of it, where were they right now? Was something terrible happening to them because of me? Oh my god. I swear to god if something... Just immediately, something else. Arimura was speaking crisply and clearly into the phone, while I was still struggling to even think. She reminded me a lot of Kurusu.
花、聞いてるよね。こっちはまだ動きようがないの。だから、そのままウキとユウトくんについててあげて。ユウトくんもだけど、ウキ、かなり参ってるから、お願い。じゃあ、ウキを出して。
And she handed me the phone.
宮代先輩の声、聞きたいって言ってます。何か話してあげてください。
I took the phone and gently put it up to my ear.
もしもし。
タクルさんですか？ウキです。
Her voice was even weaker than usual. I could hear a tiny noise behind her.
ごめんな、ウキ。僕のせいで。
いえ、私は大丈夫です。でも、マスコミの人がものすごく増えて、あと、警察の人が来て、タクルさんの部屋や、ノノさんの部屋をいろいろ探していて、それに、先生がどこかへ行ったっきり帰ってこなくて、私、どうすればいいのか、もうわからなくて。
Dad hadn't come back? Were the police still questioning him?
本当にごめんな。
私こそ、すいません。
I heard a tiny sniffle on the other end.
タクルさんの方が大変なのに、私しっかりしなきゃいけませんよね。今は私がユウトくんのお姉さんなんだから。
Her voice was strong, but I could still hear the tears.
宮代先輩、そろそろ青葉寮にいる警官が会話を聞きつけたらまずいです。バレます。
Arimura took the phone from me. She talked with Uki a little more, then hung up. I couldn't forget the sound of Uki's tears. And then I finally realized that all I'd done was apologize. I hadn't said anything to make her feel better. My home, Aoba Dorm, was being ripped apart by police officers looking for clues. I could imagine Uki and Yuto there, sobbing and not knowing what to do.
ダメだ、行かなきゃ。
That's a terrible idea. The next thing I knew, I was staggering forward. I got off the sofa and headed for the front door. He's not thinking clearly, though. Not exactly making rational decisions. Kurusu was gone. So was Yui. So I had to be there, or Uki and Yuto... My hand touched the doorknob. And I slowly opened the door. Everything started to feel less and less real, and I watched my body move like a character in a movie.
宮代ちゃん？
どこへ行くつもりだ？
To Aoba dorm. I don't go quick. Uki and Yuto...
待ってください。外へ出ちゃダメです。
Arimura grabbed my arm.
報道ではまだ写真は出てませんけど、ネットにはあちこちに顔写真が貼られてしまってるんです。
話してくれ。
Oh, don't do this, man. Arimura screamed, and her hand was knocked away.
先輩。
It was only when I saw the look of shock on her face that I realized I'd used my power. I could see the D-sword. A symbol of my useless power, which couldn't even protect the girl I loved.
なんだよ。こんなもの。
Damn it. Damn it. My body started running all on its own. I ran out of Frisia without knowing what would happen if I left. I hadn't run that far, but my muscles were starting to scream. I couldn't stop moving. Things in front of the train station were the same as ever. Nobody noticed me. There was a picture of my face out there, right? So why didn't anyone notice me? I didn't understand. Had it all really happened? Or did everyone here not know what had happened yesterday night? The police were at Aoba dorm, ripping apart the place I loved. They decided I was the killer, and they'd even searched Nono's room. That night, I'd asked Shinjo to let me take Nono's body to the hospital. My memories cut out after that, and I could only remember a few things. I remembered being taken to Frisia and screaming and sobbing there. And then, that's right, when I'd heard the news that I was wanted as a person of interest in the case. God damn it. Damn it. Momose had given me something to drink and some medicine. It was probably a sleeping pill or something. To calm me down. To keep me quiet. I didn't want to sleep. Because Kurusu, the one I loved, was dead. And it was Sarika Onoe, my childhood friend, who'd killed her. How could I sleep? But I'd spent the whole day on a sofa, asleep. I ran. I was too tired to run straight, but my body was heavy, like lead. It wasn't doing what I told it, but I kept running. No one noticed me.
何普通の顔して歩いてんだよ。なんで笑顔で買い物してるんだよ。なんなんだよ、チキショー。
A warrant? What the hell? Why would I kill Nono? I staggered, tripped, and fell. I must have skinned my knee because it started to feel like it was burning. Once I fell over, I couldn't get back up. It was all I could do to roll over. Then I realized that I knew this place.
ここは
looked around and shivered. This was the place. Oh, Christ. No. Stop it. This was the place where my best friend had carved my little sister into tiny little pieces. Felt a sudden, strong urge to vomit. Was it because I'd been running for so long? Or was it because of my memories of this place?
なんだよこれ。何もこんな時にこんな場所に来ちまうことないだろう。
I'm gonna put my money on the latter. Thought I'd been running the right way, but I was in such a hurry that I'd taken a wrong turn. If this was some kind of trick that God was playing, what the hell was he bringing me here for? Was this his way of telling me that I could go back to that night and reset everything? That was impossible. With every passing hour, things got worse, and there was no changing the past. I punched the ground with my full strength, not caring about the pain. Again and again. My hands wouldn't stop. I wanted to destroy it. But did I want to destroy the ground, or my hand? Or maybe myself, or the way I was feeling? I suddenly heard a voice. I looked up and saw two boys, about college age. Suddenly, the look on one of the boys' faces changed. He stepped back and dragged the other away.
なんだよ。
やべえって。
だから何が。
宮代拓だこいつ。
はあ
Stood up in surprise. I had no idea who these people were, which meant that my photo really was on the internet. Felt a sharp pain in my stomach when I stood up. It took me a second to realize I'd been kicked.
バカ！何してんだよ！
ああ、こいつなんだろう、例の犯人。大丈夫だ。こんなヨボヨボに負けっかよ。
Jesus Christ, dude.
待ってって！今警察呼ぶから！
んな必要ねえよ！
What kind of psycho... Okay. Something hard hit my face, my shoulders, and my stomach again and again. I wiped the blood coming out of my nose with my arms. I couldn't keep my eyes open.
ほら、どうしたよ、人殺しか。
He started to get excited and yell as he kicked me. I opened my mouth to tell him that he was wrong, just as he kicked me in the stomach, and drool and vomit came pouring out. I heard the sound of shattering glass, and the impact stopped.
おいこら、ガキども。世の大事な友人に何してくれてんだ？
A friendly face. Needed one of those. I love his top
大丈夫
hat.
か？タク。
Gen took me by a quiet, lonely route to his fortress, Miyashita Park. Of course, the police had come to the park in droves as well, but Gen and the other homeless had told them nothing.
当たり前だろう。世の国は腹からを見捨てたりはしねえ。
Thanks to them, the cops didn't even know which trailer house was mine yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come here. It felt like a long, long time since I'd come here, even though it hadn't been that long at all. The two boys who'd attacked me must have called the cops, because I could hear sirens going by in the distance. This place probably wouldn't be safe forever either.
タクよ。
Gen took out another bottle of liquor and started to sip from it. Gen fell silent. He looked at me like he was trying to work himself up to say something, and then looked away and took another drink. I'd never seen him like this before. I wrapped my arms around my aching body and waited for him to speak. And after a long time,
ジョーちゃんのこと聞いたぞ。
a pain worse than the one from my injuries ran through my whole body. The news wasn't talking about anything else, so it wouldn't surprise me if Gen knew about it.
おめえじゃねえことぐらい世にはわかる。貴族だからな。でもよ、タク、ジョーちゃんは本当に死んじまったのか？
This time, I could hear what he was trying to say. Was Nono really dead? I sat in the familiar RV, asking myself the question again and again. Gen took sips from his bottle and waited for me. I didn't know how long it took me to do it, but I slowly nodded.
ノノはもういない。
I looked down, feeling like I'd admitted to some horrible, unfixable mistake.
なんでだ？ジョーちゃんは幸せにならなきゃいけねえ子だろうがよ。
I couldn't lift my head at all, but for some reason, I didn't cry. The sun set, and another hour passed. I never did make it back to Aoba dorm. Gen's friends had told me that the police were watching it, and it was impossible to even get close. I tried to go anyway, but Gen took a gulp of liquor and said this to stop me.
タクよ、今逮捕されちまったらお前の負けっつもんだぜ。 それこそおめえを待ってるジョーちゃんたちがビービー泣くんじゃねえのか？あ？
Lose. And then I remembered what I'd been thinking the last time I was in this room. It was like the killer was a player in a game, challenging me. That player was, though I still couldn't believe it, my childhood friend. I'd kept losing to every move she made, and she'd stolen the people I'd cared about. What if I'd been able to win the game? This whole nightmare, it never would have happened, right?
ゲンさん、悪い。手伝ってほしいことあるんだ。
いいぜ。ただし、世を雇うには金がかかる。つけにしとくからよ。全部終わったらちゃんと払えよ。
Dude, Gen's the best. Gen gulped down the last of the alcohol from his cup. Like I liked him before, but now, man, it's like exactly what we needed right now. I went with Gen and a few of his friends to a certain condo in Daikanyama, deliberately choosing the routes with the least amount of people. We passed by police officers several times, but because of Gen and the others, no one suspected me.
あそこがそうなのかい？
中に入る時だけちょっと手伝ってほしい。あとは僕だけでやれる。
わかった。さっさと済ませちまいな。
This was Serika's house. It was where I'd been headed on the night I'd lost Kurisu. I'd come here a few times, though not often. When I just left Aoba dorm and got into Miyashita Park, I didn't know how to get food or do my laundry, and Serika had helped me out. I'd used her shower, and sometimes even stayed the night. Of course, nothing had happened between us. I looked up and saw that the lights were off. There was no sign of any police or detectives. Okay, let's go. took Gen inside and left the others behind. I went to Serika's room and used my power to break all the locks. I had taken Gen with me because I couldn't real boot my power on its own. Gen's eyes had gone wide when he had seen the door open, but all he said was, I guess I must be drinking too much. Fair enough.
ありがとう。もう帰ってくれて大丈夫だよ。
じゃあ気ぃつけてやりな。
Gen patted me on the back and left. Once I'd watched him go, I went inside. I tried to sense if someone else was in the room before I turned the lights on. There was no one there, including Serika. Once I was sure I was alone, I turned on the switch. It was a normal room, if anything, it was a little more grown up than you'd expect from a teenage girl. The room wasn't especially messy. Shinjo and the others had supposedly come here once, but they hadn't ransacked the place in their search.
どこへ行ったんだ、尾上。
Momose had said that they found nothing here to indicate where Serika had gone. I'd come here because I wanted to know what Serika was really after. But what was I supposed to do now? When I did find Serika, what would I do then? Ask questions? If I did, what kind of answers would satisfy me? What kind of answers would be good enough?
満足なんか、納得なんか。
That was impossible. I turned on Serika's computer, without even being sure what I should be looking for. I opened each file I could find and looked inside.
やっぱり何もない。
None of the files were important, just like Momose had said. There was a folder marked Newspaper Club that was filled with information about the case, but it was all stuff I'd already seen at school. That's right, what about the drawers? I pulled open one of them. Neat. Good stuff. I flinched back when I saw what was inside. Sumo stickers. Not just one or two. There were tons, and all of them were the real 11th Warshak.
なんでここに。
I barely managed to look away before my vision dimmed and I passed out. When the stickers disappeared from my field of vision, I forced myself to take control before the horrible delusions overcame me. Sweat beaded down my forehead. Quickly tried to shut the door, but then I heard a metallic sound inside. I rummaged through the drawer with my hand, taking care not to look at the stickers. I touched something hard and flat. Was it a USB drive, maybe? I pulled it out and quickly slammed the drawer shut. That'd be handy.
なんだこれ。
Kind of. Oh, it's a cell. It's his phone!
僕の。
Of course, of course. It was my phone. And not the new one I was using now. Well, no shit. It was the one I dropped at AH Tokyo General Hospital and never found after that. I fearfully turned it on. I saw the picture I'd set as my wallpaper. It was the photo I'd taken with everyone.
両手を壁につけろ。ゆっくりだ。
Suddenly the door opened and I heard the click of a cocking gun behind me. I almost turned around, but a low voice told me to stop.
おかしな真似をするな。言う通りにするんだ。
Oh no, that was definitely a cop. It sounds kind of like Shinjo. I don't think it would be Shinjo though. Or maybe, I don't know. Was I going to be arrested here? If I was, that would be the end of everything. I wouldn't be able to escape no matter what excuses I tried to make.
ユウト、ウキ、父さん、ごめん。僕はもう家には帰れそうにない。
You're a gigalomaniac. If you use your power, you can escape easily, a tempting voice said from somewhere in my mind. But if I ran here, it would mean I was the killer. If it ever went to trial, it would look bad.
だったらさ、殺しちゃえば OK だよ、タク。今なら目撃者もいないしね。
I don't think I like her anymore. I heard a voice I recognized in my head. Was I hallucinating from exhaustion? Or was she using telepathy?
貴様、こんなところで一体何を。
Yeah, okay, it's Shinjo. The man I thought was a police officer suddenly sounded surprised.
宮代くんか。
It was only then that I realized who it was. I twisted my upper body to look at who was behind me.
新庄さん。
やっぱり宮代くんじゃないか。
新庄さん。
I almost collapsed from relief. Shinjo put his gun away and sighed as he walked over to me.
まったく君はいつも心配かけるんじゃない。
He made a fist and bopped me on the head.
百瀬さんから連絡を受けた時はどうしようかと思ったぞ。今までどこに。
He stared at my face.
どうしたその傷。
これは。
I explained what had happened this afternoon.
そうか。
Shinjo sighed again.
自分が置かれてる状況くらい把握してるだろ。部活に外に出るんじゃない。それでここには何をしに来たんだ。
After a long enough pause that Shinjo started to get suspicious, I answered him honestly.
わかりません。
何？
探すつもりでした。あいつを。でも、探してどうしたいのか、だんだんわからなくなって。
Why had Serica done this? Was she really responsible for everything else that had happened too? If she said yes, would I believe her? If she said yes, what would I do?
僕は何をしたいんでしょうね、新庄さん。
これを渡しておく。
Shinjo took something out of his suit pocket and handed it to me.
申し訳ないが、中は改めさせてもらった。何が手がかりになるかわからなかったから。青葉寮を捜索していた時に出てきたんだ。本来君たちだけが読むべきものだった。警察の他の連中には読まれていないが、すまない。
Shinjo bowed his head a little. On the front of the envelope was written, "To my beloved family." And on the back, the name Nono.
ノノ。
I opened the envelope, and there were several sheets of paper inside. They were covered with rows of neatly handwritten words.
大切な家族。
大切な家族へ。もしもの時のためにこれを書いていきます。今までありがとう。私の部屋に残っているものは好きに使ってください。家具はできれば次に家族になる人のため処分しないでくれると嬉しいです。父さんへ。病院の仕事を手伝えなくなってごめんなさい。やりかけていた事務の書類は診察室の引き出しの中に入れておきました。借りていたままの医学書は私の部屋の本棚に置いてあります。 そういえば、私が看護師になりたいって相談した時、父さんは一言、ああ、そうか、としか言いませんでしたね。あの時は、反対されてるのかなって、ちょっとしょげたりもしたけど、父さん、私の進路志望なんて、とうの昔に知っていたんですってね。私と患者さんが話してるのを聞いた？それとも、なんとなく分かってたのかな。きっかけは、タクルのリハビリの手伝いをしていた時に、父さんに言われた言葉。独学なのにやるじゃないか、なかなかだぞ、という一言でした。きっと、父親というのはそういうものなんでしょう。父さんが作った家のルール、私は好きでした。ありがとう。くれぐれも、飲みすぎには注意してください。ゆうと、ウキへ。大変な時なのに、こんなことになってしまってごめんね。ゆいのことは、言い訳のしようもありません。止めることができなかった私の責任です。ゆうと、口うるさいお姉ちゃんでごめんね。今になって思うと、ちょっと厳しすぎたかなと思っています。あなたは男の子なんだから、もっと自由にやりたかったでしょうね。ウキ。家族にとって一緒にいた時間の長さなんて私は関係ないと思っています。大切なのは目の前でどれだけ泣いたり怒ったりしたか。どれだけみっともないところを見せ合って、どれだけ気持ちを積み重ねることができたかだと思います。あなたはタクルの妹で、ユウトのお姉さんで、父さんの娘。女の子一人じゃ大変だと思うけど、よろしくお願いね。そして、タクルへ。あなたと約束したのに、破ってしまってごめんなさい。結局、私はいけない姉でした。これが、どんな結果になるかわかりません。いえ、たとえどんな結果になったとしても、きっとあなたは納得できないでしょう。でも、もし私に何かあったとしても、絶対に復讐しようなんて思わないで。今回のこと、間違いなくあの子が関係しているから、あなたは理由が気になるでしょう。でも、それを探ろうとしないで。とにかく、危険なことはしないで。できることなら、もう能力のことは忘れてほしい。学校でもっと友達を作って、彼女も見つけて、その子のために素敵な男の子になりなさい。あなたがいつもバカにしているような、どうでもいい話でもしながら、楽しいデートをしなさい。あなたが時間の無駄だと思っているような、どうでもいい遊びを友達と一緒にしなさい。だって、文化祭の準備をしているあなたは楽しそうに見えたもの。家で、ゆいやゆうとの話に付き合っているあなたもね。私、あなたが他の人と自分は違うって口癖のように言うたびに、なぜそこまで意地になるんだろうって、いつも不思議に思ってた。確かに、あなたには他の人にない力がある。他の人が言う普通とは、家庭環境だって違うかもしれない。でも、だからといって、ムキになって自分を孤独の中へ閉じ込めるのはどうかなって思う。私には、あなたがたくさんの人の中に埋もれてしまうのを怖がっているように見えた。埋もれてしまう程度の自分だと思いたくない。そんな風に怯えているように見えた。でも、私はそうは思わない。 私の中であなたは埋もれたりしない。たとえあなたがみんなと同じように遊んだりしていても。だって私の大事な家族だから。あ、でも髪は染めてほしくないな。タクルには絶対に似合わないと思うし。これは余談。最後にタクルにずっと聞いてほしかった大切なこと、ここに書き残そうと思ったけれどダメでした。許してください。いつかどこかでそれを知った時、あなたはきっと私のことを軽蔑し、そして嫌うでしょう。でもどうか私がタクルのことを思う心だけは疑わないでください。私はあなたのことが好きです。この気持ちだけは嘘じゃないと信じてもらえるなら、それだけで私は幸せです。そろそろ行かなきゃいけない時間になりました。勝手なことしてごめんね、タクル。もう一度言うけれど、復讐なんて絶対に考えないで、危険なことはしないで、何もかも忘れて他の人と同じ日常を、だけど埋もれないように強くしっかりと過ごしていってください。できることならこの手紙が読まれるようなことになりませんように。2015年11月3日のの。
Wow. Tears started to pour from my eyes as soon as I finished. I tried to wipe them away, but they wouldn't stop. I fell to the floor, holding Nono's letter in my hands. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop sobbing. As I cried aloud, in my mind, I was apologizing to Nono over and over again. November 5th, 2015, Thursday. Same time. Frisia Incorporated.
そう、わかったわ。宮代ちゃん、犯人の子の家にいたそうよ。
Momose moved the phone away from her ear and relayed Shinjo's message to Kunosato. Kunosato stopped typing at her computer and grabbed the phone away from her.
新庄さん、宮代に代わってくれ。
No!
確認したいことがある。
She must not have liked the answer she got back because she looked annoyed. I imagine the answer was, No!
だったらなるべく早くこちらに連れてきてくれ。大まかにだがデータの洗い出しと検索が終わった。結果は今そっちにメールで送った。落ち込んでいる時間などないと尻を叩いておいてくれ。
Can someone throw this chick out a window, please? Momose arched her eyebrow as Kunosato hung up.
ちょっと厳しいんじゃない？
事実です。
No, you're just an asshole. That's not what I meant, Momose began.
近しい人が亡くなってしまった気持ちはミオちゃんも知ってるじゃない。
But I handled it my way. Kunosato looked down as if searching her own feelings. Oh, she has those? I wasn't aware. But then she looked up like nothing had happened, because she didn't find anything. Turned back to her computer.
私は利己主義ですから。
She searched her feelings and got a error 404 message.
失恋した男女同士がくっつくような傷の舐め合いはヘドが出ます。同情するのもされるのもごめんです。
Cool.
舐め合いかどうかはともかく、私は同情って優しさだと思ってるわよ。
気持ちはわかる。だから頑張れという言葉ほど 人を突き放すものはないと思いますが。
That I do kind of agree with. But not in the same way.
何も言わなくていいのよ。そういうのは自然に伝わるもんだから。きちんとそうすることができる人を大人っていうの。
Kunosato chuckled as she looked at the screen.
私は未成年です。
And then Momose chuckled too.
それが問題なのよね。
She sighed.
あら有村ちゃん、寝てていいのよ。ろくに休んでないでしょ。
Kunosato turned and saw that Arimura had gotten off the sofa. She looked like she wanted to say something, but instead she just took a deep breath.
大丈夫です。それより何か分かったんですか？
Arimura looked genuinely relieved when she heard that they'd found Miyashiro.
そうですか。よかった。
有村、お前尾上の過去を聞いたことはあるか？
Kunosato suddenly looked away from the monitor and spoke to her.
尾上の過去だ。そうだな。例えば小学生の時の話とか。
She was caught off guard by the sudden question, but Arimura was able to answer quickly.
宮代先輩の幼馴染だっていうことだけですね。それ以外は何も。
She'd only gotten to know Serika about a month ago, and all they ever talked about was the case. She didn't know a lot about Serika's private life.
どんな些細なことでもいい。過去に関して尾上が嘘を言っていたことはなかったか？
ないと思います。セリ、彼女は嘘が少ない人でしたから。
That was the truth. Arimura was capable of recognizing even common courtesies and jokes as lies. That's why she knew how filled with lies most people's conversations were. And that was the real reason why everything she said at school was a joke. Nothing made her more upset than when she was talking about something serious, and the person she was speaking with responded with a lie. That's why she told jokes. Everyone around her joked back. It was a lot easier that way. But out of all the people she knew, Ito and Serika from the newspaper club were some of the ones who lied the least. They just weren't any good at it. But to Arimura, that was a greater blessing than the others could imagine. That was why it had been such a shock. It might not have been as bad for her as it was for Miyashiro, but she felt like she'd been betrayed by someone who was more than a friend. When Kunosato realized that she wasn't going to get anything useful out of Arimura, she turned back to the computer.
彼女のこと、何か分かりそうですか？
わからない。お手上げというやつだ。
She sighed and flicked the monitor with her fingers.
ここは調査会社だ。さらに新庄さんが持っているネットワークも使える。人探しや身辺調査はお箱なんだよ。だがどれだけ遡っても中学以前の記録が出てこない。あいつが第三者的な情報として最初に登場するのは2009年の11月だ。
Arimura gasped.
渋谷地震があった月ですよね。
正確には地震から約2週間後の11月21日 AH 東京総合病院の系列病院のカルテにその記録が残っている。ところがそれ以前のデータはどこにも残っていない。出生届も就学の記録もそれどころか戸籍すら見当たらない。さらに言うと
Kunosato's face took on an even sterner look as she called up another medical chart. It belonged to Takeru Miyashiro. we won't get anything of it for a bit.
すいません。ごちそうさまでした。
気にしないでいい。正直、この味には飽きてるんだ。
After I finished eating the calorie block, Shinjo threw the wrapper in the trash. Whenever he was running around on a case, he always kept 2 or 3 with him, he said. I ate them a lot too, so I knew what he meant about being sick of them.
僕もチョコ味をよく食べてます。
そうか。
I didn't know how long I'd been crying, but it was the first time I'd cried until my lungs and throat hurt. Shinjo had offered me a handkerchief and quietly waited a long time for me to finish. After I'd fallen silent and I couldn't find any new tears to wipe away with the handkerchief, my stomach suddenly rumbled. Until then, I hadn't even felt like drinking water, but after a full day of no food, my body had begun to demand it. Shinjo was fiddling with his cell phone. He seemed to be checking his messages. Then he turned to me, questioningly.
宮代くん、すまないが、聞きたいことがあるんだ。
I could tell he was asking if that would be okay. I felt like the tears were about to start again, but I held them back. I looked down at Nono's letter. I'd been holding it so hard it had gotten crumpled in my hands. Don't think about revenge. Don't do anything dangerous. What is what is that? I want to assume that's a typo, but like at the same time, or some kind of like coding error. But at the same time, I don't want to make any assumptions because I know how weird this series is.
大丈夫だから、ノノ。全然大丈夫じゃないけど、大丈夫じゃないけど、大丈夫だから。
I touched the letter as gently as I could. And then I looked at Shinjo with tear-swollen eyes and nodded.
どうぞ。何ですか？
尾上セリカのことだ。久野里さんと俺、それに百瀬さんも調べてるが、不明な点が多すぎる。覚えていることだけで構わない。最も古い、できれば最初に出会った頃のことから全てを話してほしい。
I wasn't sure how to process the complicated feelings I felt when he asked me that question. It was painful and unreal to think that my oldest friend was a killer. It made me furious that I'd lost my best friend and both my sisters at the same time. It made me sad to think of the letter that Nono had written to me and to realize that I might never feel better again. And it made me feel pathetic to realize how I didn't want to admit that Sarika Onoe was the cause of it all. All mixed together, and like a swamp that threatened to draw me down, it pulled me deeper inside the abyss of my memories.
僕がお前と出会ったのは
It was before I'd started elementary school. I couldn't remember the exact date. She was my next door neighbor and would come over and play a lot. Yes, that's right. I was born in 1997, so if it was the same year I started elementary school, it would be around 2004. We played together almost every day. She was like a little sister to me. I remembered that at first, I read her picture books that I'd only just learned to read myself. Her family was a lot like mine. Right, I'll tell you about mine though. Well, her parents sucked, from what I have heard. I was an only child, and both my parents worked. They both worked at an IT company back when there weren't very many of those. I think they met each other there. Work was all they cared about. It was only years later that I learned that normal people didn't eat all 3 meals with a babysitter. About the time I started elementary school, I started going online using one of their old computers. It was common for me to be up past midnight even then, but my parents didn't know. I think they didn't care. I can remember at least 2 birthdays where they just left me a present and a note saying they were sorry they couldn't make it. The year after the last one, there wasn't even a present, and the year after that, there wasn't even a note. Part of the way through elementary school, I mostly stopped going. I think it was 3rd grade. My mom happened to be home, so she picked up the phone when the teacher called. She looked annoyed when she talked to them. She said her husband was the one who took care of all that, and hung up. She didn't tell me to go to school, or even that I didn't have to go. And Dad didn't even know the teacher's name. At the time, I learned online that this was what they called low-level child neglect. Sarika was the same. Actually, she was worse. She always used to tell me I was lucky because I got a card. Oh, a credit card. I didn't have a babysitter then, so I had to get my own food. Jesus Christ, dude. Once I learned how to use the card, I would split the food I bought with Sarika. I don't think her parents hid her or anything either. Oh, there was one time she came over to my house, really scared. Her parents had tried to force her to go to a hospital, she said. No, I don't know the details, but they said all kinds of mean things about how she was crazy and how she wasn't normal. So I think it was a psychologist or a psychiatrist or someone who worked at a hospital like that. She cried a long, long time. I let her stay in my room for a while. My parents never cleaned it, and they never looked inside it. Yeah, thinking back, we were probably together all the time when I was little. No, I've never met Sarika's parents. They said they were almost never home. She said they were almost never home. I don't think I ever went to her home either. They didn't have a computer, so there was no need to go. Huh? I'm not sure. I don't think she went to school a lot. I never saw her playing with anyone but me, and we were busy finding information on the internet, so we were much smarter than... No, never mind. When we were in 4th grade, 2 years before the earthquake, we heard a rumor about Amy, an urban legend. We both went to the basement in the hospital to look for it. Yes, AH Tokyo General Hospital. We liked stuff like that, both me and her. That's where we saw the experiment being done on Minamisawa. We got scared and ran. I couldn't even imagine what it was that I was seeing back then. That was the first time she and I snuck in anywhere. Sarika? I think she was scared. I remember thinking that I needed to protect her. But we were both about equally excited. It was a chance to know something no one else knew. Sarika told me that I should go to school and tell everyone what I saw, and so I did. Everyone told me I was lying, of course. So then I started going even less. Started researching the sumo stickers and stuff. We tried making a webpage about it together. When we were in 6th grade, the New Generation Madness happened. That was 2009. It was like we'd gone crazy. At first, we couldn't believe that something like that was happening in the city we lived in. We spent almost the whole day glued to the computer, following the news. When something big like that's going on, if you take your eyes off the internet for even a few hours, you'll get left behind. We stayed up all night in shifts following the case. Sometimes we'd use our cell phones to read the internet as we actually went out to the crime scenes and took pictures. More murders kept happening, and eventually they started to say Takumi Nishijo was the killer, but that turned out to be wrong. Sarika and I were both very excited. He seemed so cool. Proving your innocence means getting the right information and shoving it in the faces of the people whose information was bad, right? It seemed like the ultimate expression of what I was trying to do, and I guess I'm still trying to do it now with the newspaper club. Serica said Serica said he was amazing. I agreed. When the earthquake happened, Serica and I were near the O Front building. Nishijo was doing something there, and we wanted to see. Oh, is this the big... Yeah. And then there was this high-pitched noise, and everything went white. Yeah. And then it happened. At first, we didn't think it was an earthquake. We thought it was a bomb or something. The ground bounced up and down like a trampoline, and several of the telephone poles near us fell over. I could hear screaming and the sound of breaking glass. Someone yelled, "Earthquake!" So that's how I knew it was an earthquake. Anyway, Serica and I ran away so we wouldn't get caught up in the people panicking. We didn't know where we were running, but we didn't want to be there. We got caught up in the crowds, and Serica and I were quickly separated. When that happened, I got scared, and all of a sudden I couldn't move. I got pushed over and fell, and then I crawled behind something. The shaking had stopped, but what had scared me more than the quake was the way everyone around me had changed in an instant. I spent a long time in that spot, unable to move. The idea of going home never occurred to me. There was no way I could rely on my parents for help, and at the time, I thought that no place in Shibuya was still standing. I didn't know what to do. And then I found Serica passed out near me. She must have been pushed down and hit her head, or maybe she hadn't been able to handle what she was seeing because she was passed out. I decided that I had to save her. The information online said that Yoyogi was relatively undamaged and the hospitals were accepting patients. I carried her on my back and started walking there. And then... No, never mind. Anyway, I just kept walking, and finally I reached AH Tokyo General Hospital, which had been turned into a temporary shelter. Serica looked like she was in pain the whole way there. She didn't wake up. I saw my parents there. I like that little detail. He skipped the part that we saw. Again, it was like 2 weeks ago for me, but I remember that. There was like this whole thing with him and the other kids, but he skipped that part because he didn't want to go over it again. That's a neat little detail. And then I collapsed from a terrible headache. That's all I remember from the earthquake. When I woke up, I was in Aoba dorm, and a year had passed while I was in a coma. And that's where I met Nono and the others. Sorry, I'm fine. I heard what happened from Nono and Serica. Serica woke up at the hospital and saw me unconscious. She stayed with me the whole time, and when AH Tokyo General overflowed, I was moved to one of the other hospitals in their network, and she came with me. She wasn't in good shape either, and I guess she didn't want to go home. She refused to leave my side, and when the people from the hospital saw her, they put her into care. Counseling, I mean. Her parents died in the earthquake, she said. So did mine. Given the circumstances, the hospital didn't seem to mind her staying there with me, but once things started to calm down, they sent her home. She found some relatives who agreed to help her get a place, the one she has now, and then every day she came to visit me in the hospital. No, I don't know. I think she said they were relatives who lived a long way away. No, I don't know their names. I'm sorry. Some time passed, and since there was nobody to take me in, I was moved to Aoba dorm. But she still stayed with me the whole time. That's when she met Nono, I guess. They were good friends. When I woke up after more than a year, I had trouble moving. Nono helped with my physical therapy. Serica would come check in on me all the time, and Nono would happily tell her my progress. Family was very, very important to Nono, and Serica was the one person outside the family she called by her first name, not her last. The two of them would go out and visit all the different crepe shops in Shibuya, and since Serica didn't have any interest in makeup or clothes, Nono would take her shopping for them. They were really good friends. Stop. But after my therapy ended and I could walk, I started going to school more and more. Yes, that middle school. I was given special permission to be in second year, along with the other kids my age. Serica did the same as a first-year student. After the earthquake, while I was still in a coma, she'd started going to school. It was hard living on her own, but Nono would take care of her, and her relatives sent her plenty of money. She seemed to be doing better than she was at her old house. No, there was nothing strange, I think. I went to Hekio Academy because they offered free tuition for orphans of the earthquake. A year later, so did Serica. We both joined the newspaper club and did things there. It was exactly as you saw it, I think. She spent a lot of time with us at school, but she had her own friends in her own class. She wasn't part of any of their groups, but it didn't seem like they were ignoring her or anything. I'd never seen her with anybody suspicious, and she wasn't the type of person to keep secrets. When I didn't have a charger, she'd just hand me her phone and let me use it. That was the kind of girl she was. Yes. Serica was a normal high school kid, just like us. November 5th, 2015, Thursday. The same time. The streets of Shibuya. Serica was running. She was out of breath and had a terrible headache. There was sweat all over her body, and it wasn't from exhaustion. Running a few minutes wasn't enough to tire her out. Compared to what she had to do to her mind and body to commit the murders, this was nothing at all. What does that mean? Okay. What? She touched the small cut on her stomach as she ran. She felt slick blood, a sensation she was long since tired of. She would probably have to stitch it up, but if her organs weren't ruptured, she'd be fine. She was used to getting stitches without anesthetic. She didn't even need a towel to bite down on to relieve the pain. The needle didn't even need to be a medical one. This terrible headache was new to her. Serica stopped when she saw there was no one around. She punched the wound on her stomach hard 2 or 3 times. I'm sure that'll help. The sensation of a fierce external pain, a sensation she was used to, ran up her spine. She'd hoped that it would alleviate the pain of her headache. She hoped that her brain would decide the pain of her open wound was more important than the headache. But the headache didn't stop. It felt like a cold needle was being driven into her head with every heartbeat, as her mind screamed at her that something was terribly wrong. She knew why. Her head hurt, but her mind was still capable of clarity. Her foe was far stronger than she'd expected. SP. What is this? What are these letters and numbers? SP-390. I am now no longer. I'm now certain they're intentional. There's no way it's just like some weird coding thing. SP It was like special power 390. I don't know. Mind control. An unimaginably horrible form of hypnosis, which could make anyone do whatever you wanted. When he was an ally, she'd thought it was the greatest power imaginable. Now that he was an enemy, it seemed like the worst.
いいや
That's not right, she laughed to herself. He hadn't been an ally. He hadn't been a helper or a co-conspirator either. If you could call him anything, he was a blackmailer. Okay. The phone in her hand trembled. It wasn't the one she'd used when she pretended to be a normal person. She destroyed that a while ago, so the police couldn't track her. It was the one he'd given her for communicating with him. It probably belonged to someone they'd killed, or perhaps he'd used mind control to steal it from someone who never even knew it was gone. She stared at the screen for a moment, but finally decided to answer it. Oh, that's comfy. That's a comfy voice.
そうだよな。いきなり切り替わってきたもんだからつい体が動いちゃった。
嘘をつけ。私の行動を予想していたくせに。やっぱりかとお前の思考が言っていたぞ。
You must have found something funny because the man on the other end laughed.
お前らしいな。若者はそうじゃなくちゃいけないよな。それで言うくらいは聞かせてもらえんだろ。
白々しい。
Serica's voice was filled with rage. He knew, and yet he asked anyways. He was either a sadist or some kind of sick hedonist. Why not both? The methods he came up with for his murders always felt like one big joke.
どうして宮代拓郎を主犯に仕立て上げた？一連の事件は全て南沢千里の犯行として決着させるはずだったろう。
Yeah, so he definitely he definitely like manipulated the police, I'm guessing. He like made them think. Of course you were, asshole, she thought. A warrant had been put out for Miyashiro only a few hours after Nono Kurusu's death, and in a way that would normally never be possible. There was no way they'd give a miner's real name out in that span of time, unless he had used his power.
一体どういうつもりだ？
あいつら死にすぎたんだよ。俺でもお前に譲歩してんだぞ。
何？
お前の力には随分助けられたからな。本来ならあいつを殺さなきゃいけないところを犯人として逮捕されるくらいで終わりにしてやるっつってんだよ。
She hated the fact that she was on the phone. Without being able to see him, she couldn't read his mind. She wanted to know what he was really thinking.
南沢千里より彼を犯人として祭り上げた方が都合が良くなっただけだろう。余計なことを知っている彼は世間に出てこなくなる。その上、自分の姉と妹を殺した主犯ということで話題性もつく。その方が力士シールに注目も集まるからな。しかも犯人として逮捕されて終わりだと。宮代拓は最初の犯行である9月7日時点ですでに18歳だ。犠牲者は7人。未成年としては犯罪史上最多。今の世論の流れなら十中八九極刑になる。そんなことを私がわからないとでも。
そんなの裁判やってみなければわからねえじゃないか。
どうせお前が捜査するんだろうが。
Serica yelled into her phone, and the man started laughing again. She didn't know if it was because she'd yelled or because his laughter pissed her off, but the headache got worse, which only made her madder.
やっぱいいなお前。こっちに戻ってこないか。お前の力は俺らにとって貴重なもんだし、頭も切れる。度胸もあるしな。
ふざけるな。彼が無事であること。これがお前に手を貸す唯一の条件だったはずだ。
相変わらずの石頭だな。
それ以外のことに私の価値などない。
Sakaru Miyashiro's survival. That was the one thing she cared about since she came into this world. Being a murderer, being an accomplice to murder, using her mind-reading powers to find psychics, she'd done it all for that reason. But now...
じゃあ聞くけどよ。お前、これからどうするつもりなんだ？まさか、あいつを連れて逃げる気かい？
Serica managed to stop herself from speaking. He was right. She thought it was the only way.
何だできるわけねえだろ。
やってみなければわからない。お前の力は確かに脅威に見えるが、委員会の末端ができることには実は限界があるんじゃないのか。
That's why he'd come to her for help, right? She thought that this was her only chance to save Miyashiro.
現に彼はまだ警察にもお前の手にも渡っていない。居場所がわからないんだろう。
確かに俺は末端どころか下っ端の下っ端。中枢メンバーすら知らない雑魚だけどよ。
Then he spoke in a voice that sounded a little too deliberate. She could sense his lips curling into a smile.
試しにフレシアあたりから調べてみるかな。
She finally gave a small gasp. God damn it, Serica. She thought that's where he was hiding too. How did he know about Frisia? When she whispered that to herself, he said,
あのな、フレシアの話なんざ何度も聞かされてる。俺があいつらの中でどれだけ信頼されてると思ってんだ。
死ね、クズが。
Serica hung up the phone and started to run, ignoring the pounding in her head. Alright.
なるほどな。
That, okay. So many more questions. I got like one piece of an answer, and then on top of that, 700 more questions piled on. Crow, thank you. Great. Very on brand. So that's it, Kunosato said in a voice that was almost too soft to hear. And then she put her hand up to her head and started to think. I told Kunosato the same thing I just told Shinjo. Shinjo had brought me back to Frisia and given me a stern warning not to leave again. Then he'd quickly gone back to his investigation, in theory looking for me.
本当にもうバカなことはやめてくださいね、宮代先輩。
まったくよ。有村ちゃんなんて泣きながら先輩が逮捕されちゃうって大変だったんだから。
泣いてません。
Both Arimura and Momose were worried about me. I was glad for that. The only ones who knew the truth were the three of them, Shinjo, Kazuki, and Uki. The three of them, Shinjo, Kazuki, yeah. We may have had different goals, but if nothing else, they knew I wasn't the killer, and they were working toward finding the real killer, Serica. Only now did I realize how stupid it was for me to run away. Compared to this morning, the thick fog in my brain had lifted a little.
ノノ、僕は大丈夫だから。
Don't think about revenge. Okay, I think it is. I don't know what. It's got to be some weird coding error, right? It's nothing. It means nothing. It's just. I hate that I can't tell if it's just some kind of weird coding error or if it actually means something. I don't know what that says about this game and the series. I cannot tell if these random ass letters and numbers mean anything. I don't think they do. I think I'm gonna move on. I'm not gonna talk about it anymore. I'm just gonna go for now until any contradictory evidence arises. I'm gonna assume it's just some weird coding error and not worry about it. Don't think about revenge. Don't do anything dangerous. Live the same life as everyone else does, but don't get buried among the crowd. The words in the letter were like heavy weights, keeping me grounded.
宮代、 有村。
はい。
Kunosato turned away from the computer screen and toward us. Her expression was even sterner than usual.
前にも言ったと思うが、渋谷地震の際に目撃された白い光がお前たちギガロマニアックスの発生に関係していると私は確信している。震源域の中心付近にかつてプラネタリウムがあったのは知っているだろう。そのプラネタリウムはある企業によって買い取られたのだが、新庄さんの聞き込みによればそれ以降不審な男たちが目撃されるようになったそうだ。しかもそれと並行して多数のリアルブートらしき現象の目撃情報がある。さらにその企業は例の AH 東京総合病院と深い関係があることも分かった。
つまりどういうことですか？
ここからは推測だが、プラネタリウムはあの地下施設と同じくギガロマニアックスの実験か何かに使われていたのではないかと思う。ところがあの地震でプラネタリウムは破壊され、いやあるいは逆にプラネタリウムでの実験にトラブルがあって地震を引き起こしたのかもしれないが、とにかく実験中だったギガロマニアックスの発生因子とでも言うべきものが周囲に拡散されてしまった。私はそれが白い光だと考えている。
有村ちゃんたちの脳からギガロマニアックスの能力を引き出してしまった原因物質ってことかしらね。物質じゃなくて電磁波みたいなものだとかエネルギーとかそういうものかもしれないけど。
ああ、つまりアレルゲンみたいなものですね。
全く違う。ちょっとばかり聞きかじっただけの言葉を使うな。バカは黙っていろ。
Damn. Arimura frowned. The two of them still weren't getting along. That's the understatement of the century.
こうして光を浴びてしまった多数の人間の脳に発生因子が与えられたと考えられるが、ただし全員が覚醒したわけじゃない。
Causal factor.
これまでの研究によれば、脳がまだ発達段階で活発に活動している若い人間、その中でも脳への負荷が非常に高い事象を経験した者だけに能力の発現が見られる。
はい。
I nodded. I knew exactly what she was talking about.
能力者の能力はその出来事というより、その出来事に対してどんな心理的作用が働いたかに依存している。
その話みんなでしたことあります。どんなことを望んだかで能力が決まるってことですよね。
ありていに言えばそういうことになるな。
When I'd woken up from the earthquake, I'd felt a lot of stress at the way my body wouldn't move. I never wanted to go through that again. Not only was there the stress of not being able to move, there was the terror that came with wondering if I might stay like that forever. That's why I'd gained my power of psychokinesis. When I was telling that to Kunosato, my mind flashed back to how Nono had helped me with my physical therapy. She'd done her best to cheer me up, at times kind and gentle, and at times strict. She was always there for me. But now she was...
ダメだ、しっかりしろよ、宮代拓郎。
I forced myself to snap out of it. And then I realized that Kunosato was staring at me.
宮代拓郎の能力はサイコキネシス。その発生要因は過酷なリハビリ。 私もお前のことを調べてそう思い込んでいた。
Yeah, yeah. Because there was a point where he was in the flashback before he even went into the coma while the earthquake was still going on, where there was like a weird, like, whoosh, implying he got the power then or had the power at that point. So, yeah. For some reason, she looked frustrated. Yeah, he's more complicated than all that.
安易な判断と思い込み、私もまだまだ未熟だ。本当ならもっと早く尾上セリカにたどり着けていたかもしれないのに。
Huh?
どういうことですか？
今も言ったろ。能力者はいずれも地震の時にギガロマニアックスの発生因子を浴びて能力を発現させている。おそらくあの過酷な地震が彼らに強いストレスと願望を与え、それが引き金となった。
Is that when Serica was created? Like she just popped into existence? Is that
お前もそうだな、有村。
is that what we're going with? And like all the other memories of her were like retroactively created? Something like that. That's what she'd said before. Can you not, computer, please? That her powers had awoken during the earthquake. And that the cause was that she wanted to know the truth.
山添由紀もそうだ。佐久間先生からのレポートによれば、能力の発現はやはり渋谷地震の直後だという。それとパイロキネシストのハイダリコ、あの女のこともようやく調べ終えたが。
Kunosato pointed to a corner of her screen. It was displaying the data about the pyrokinetic that had threatened us.
ハイダリコは渋谷地震で顔に火傷を負い、他の能力者と同様、その直後に覚醒している。絶望感による過度のストレスと、他の人間に自分と同じ絶望を与えてやりたいという暗い願望が発生因子と結びついたらしい。これで分かったろ？もちろん全ての能力者を調べたわけではないが、私が知る限り全員例の白い光を浴びた直後に能力を得ている。1年以上のタイムラグがあったものなど私の持っているデータの中にはいないんだよ。
I started to understand what Kunosato was trying to say. And then I felt an awful sensation.
情報を精査したところによると、能力者の力が発現する際には必ず大きな副作用が起こる。耐え難いほどにひどい頭痛だ。これは血管拡張によるものだと思う。頭痛の原因の中では極めてポピュラーで、片頭痛と診断される痛みも血管が拡張するために起こる。ギガロマニアックスの場合の血管拡張は発生因子が引き金となって、ドーパミンとそれに類した神経伝達物質が過剰に分泌されるのが原因というデータが出ているが、
Then she paused. She was probably giving me time to think.
そこで宮代に質問だ。お前はリハビリの時にひどい頭痛を経験したことはあるのか？
I tried to think, but I couldn't remember any pain in my head, just from the rest of my body, particularly my joints.
いえ、おそらくないと思います。
なら他の能力者と同じように地震の際にひどい頭痛を経験した瞬間があったはずだ。
I could hear my heart beat loudly. My vision started to blur, and then my heart beat so loud that I could hear it.
その時、お前は何をしていた？
I had a bad feeling. What was I doing then?
いや、正確に聞こう。地震の時に、お前は何を望んだ？例えば、危険を回避するために、瓦礫を意のままに動かしたいと望んだのか？それでサイコキネシスを手に入れたのか？
違う。そんなこと望んでなんかいない。あの時僕が望んだのは
Serica, save me. Please, please. For a moment, it felt like the headaches I'd experienced during the earthquake had come back, and I grabbed my head in pain. I tried to get the idea out of my head, but it wouldn't disappear. No. That couldn't be right.
どうした？
Kunosato stared at me. Her expression was as stern as ever. Eventually, she did something to her computer. It displayed a different set of data than before. For some reason, it felt like I was being driven further and further into a dark cave.
これは尾上のカルテだ。日付は2009年11月21日。AH 東京総合病院の系列病院に残っていた。お前は地震の後、ここに入っていたと言っていたな。ということは、お前に付き添っていた尾上も、この病院でカウンセリングを受けたわけだ。ところが、尾上の記録は、これ以前には存在しない。そうでしたね、百瀬さん。
I couldn't find her family register or anything else, Momose said, but her voice sounded unreal and far away.
ありえないですよ。だって尾上は小さい時から僕と。
家が隣同士だったらしいな。
そうです。
当時お前が住んでいたマンションは6階の角部屋。隣の住人の名前は新井。経営していた会社を引退した年金受給者の老夫婦だ。子供は設けていない。
My heart beat louder. It was aggravating me. It was a strange sensation. I was hearing all the words, but I couldn't understand what they meant. Even my breathing was getting faster.
違います。尾上は隣に住んでいて、両親から無視されていて。
その両親とやらに会ったことはあるのか？ないんだろ。尾上には当時他に友達がいなかったそうだが、そもそも地震以前に尾上が誰か第三者と話しているのを見たことがあるか？
それは。
I hadn't. But that was because she didn't have any friends. When we sometimes went outside, she was always with me, and she never left my side for an instant. Kunosato tapped at the keyboard, and the screen changed.
これはお前のカルテだ。その系列病院に残っていたものだ。
If only I'd found it sooner, she whispered. At some point, I'd started crying. I couldn't see the screen through my blurry vision.
お前が昏睡状態に陥った原因は不明とされている。発生因子のことが解明できなかったんだろう。だが、その代わり、別の病院の
Oh my
精
god!
神科の診察記録が追記されている。
It's actually, I feel dumb now because it's kind of obvious. The Takumi went into a coma after making Takumi. So yeah, that kind of checks out, right? Like making a person with Gigglomaniac powers, it kind of knocks you out for a while. Man, I'm embarrassed it took me that long to make that connection. Another hospital? Psychiatrist? I'd never been to another hospital. It must have been some mistake.
2006年の日付か。お前が小学3年の時だな。イマジナリーフレンドへの過度の傾倒と診断されている。
Imaginary friend?
簡単に言えば、空想上の友人のことだ。
空想
That's not true. A voice in my head said over and over.
イマジナリーフレンド自体は珍しいものじゃない。そもそも病気ではなく、幼児の3割近くが空想上の友達を持っている。何もない空間に話しかける子供に対して、幽霊が見えていると決めつけるオカルトマニアたちがいるが、そういうマニアの話を聞いたことくらいあるだろ。
嘘です。
だが、思春期までイマジナリーフレンドを持続している人間となると、その数は激減する。乖離性同一性障害とは区別されているが、私に言わせれば、脳の状態はほぼ同一だ。お前の話に出てくる地震前の尾上は、お前を常に羨んでいたな。同じネグレクト状態にありながら、お前の方がマシだと。
I tried to yell at her to stop, but my throat hurt too much for me to speak. The taste of blood filled my mouth. I must have bit my lip. I'd started crying without even realizing it.
イマジナリーフレンドの大半は友好的なものとして存在する。それで自分の承認欲求を満たすためだ。
Well, I imagine they're friendly, otherwise they would be, what, imaginary enemies? Imaginary bullies?
違う。
自分に不利益な事実を空想上の友人に押し付けるのは、むしろ同一性障害に多く見られる症状なんだが。
違うって言ってるだろ。
Kunosada's words were cold and uncompromising.
頭がおかしい。まともじゃないと言われたのは尾上じゃない。それを尾上に押し付けたお前なんだよ、宮代拓。
嘘をつくな。
宮代先輩。
I felt a soft hand on my shoulder and turned to look. It was Arimura. She looked at me like I was a young child in need of a tender care. Stop it. Don't look at me that way.
久野里さんは嘘はついてないです。
All the feelings inside me went cold when I heard the words. Arimura said she was telling the truth. So she was.
だけど、そんなこと。
I didn't want it to be true. Because if it was...
ノノを殺した尾上は、この僕が。ノノを殺したのは、結局僕ってことに。
そこまでにしてもらおう、久野里美代。
Oh no. I suddenly heard a voice. Oh no. I turned around and saw someone in front of the door. It was someone I knew well.
Onoe?
That's right. It was Sarika Onoe. She was different in every way from how she'd been at the newspaper club. There was an expression on her face that I couldn't read at all.
貴様
待て、争う意思はない。
ふざけるな。
本当だ。有村ひなえ、それをしまってくれないか。
Arimar had unleashed her D-sword. She was glaring at Serica and pointing it straight at her.
お前たちに危害を加えるつもりなら、こんなに堂々と姿は見せない。
Wait. Why was Serica here? What was she doing? Was she saying she wasn't here to fight, to make me let my guard down, and then kill me? No, forget that. Why'd she kill Nono? All these thoughts slipped through my mind before I could really think about any of them. Then they all came together to form the biggest question of all.
目の前のこいつを本当に僕が。
そう。今思ってる通りだよ、宮代拓。
Mind reading. Serica was looking me dead in the eye. Was she reading my mind? It felt like she could read everything I was thinking.
私はお前に生み出された存在だ。あの時にな。
What she said was the one thing I didn't want to admit. So I found myself looking toward Arimura, who had drawn her D-sword and readied it again. Arimura nodded slowly, without taking her eyes off of Serica. I knew that it was her way of saying she was telling the truth, but still, my heart refused to admit it.
嘘だ。そんなの。
Because Serica was as important to me as Nono. The phone started to vibrate in someone's pocket. Serica's expression changed infinitesimally.
私のスマホだ。ポケットに手を入れるぞ。
I don't think I've ever
他のものは出さない。だから、いいな。
I think that's the first time I've ever seen that word written. Infinitesimally. Weird. Serica looked at Arimura as she spoke. Arimura was instantly able to tell if she was telling the truth.
言ってることは本当です。
スピーカーにしろ。
疑り深い女だ。
Serica nodded and took out her phone. She went to put it on speaker mode, but before she did, she looked up. Her eyes met with mine.
宮代拓、もう一度心の準備をしておけ。お前はこれまでと同じか、それ以上のショックを受けることになる。お前の心が壊れるのを見たくない。
What?
一体何を。
What are you saying, Serica? Before I could ask, she put her hand onto the phone and answered the call.
よう、フリージアには着いたか？
I'd heard that voice before, but I couldn't tell whose it was. No, that wasn't right. I didn't want to. It was rare to hear his voice from Serica's phone anyway. Whenever he needed something, he would always call me or Nono. Is it Dad? No! Hold on, was that the voice?
よう、フリージアには着いたか？
Is that Dad? God damn it.
どうしてここにいると分かったというのは愚問か。
まあな。ああ言えばお前は全力でそこへ向かうだろう。
I'd never seen Serica spit like that. And this time, her face was red with anger.
で、どうだ？タクルはいるか？
When I heard the name Takaru, I shivered. I knew it. There was no way I could mistake that voice. I knew why Serica had told me to be ready for a shock. That voice...
なあ、タクル、いるんだろ？
Fucker.
俺だよ。
Damn it. It was the voice of my father, Wataru Sakuma. couldn't speak. The ground beneath me seemed to shift, and I felt sick. The phone seemed to stick out clearly while everything else faded away. Also, this music is... it's pretty good.
佐久間先生。
ち、そういうことか。
Like, I was trying to think of, like, who could the creepy voice be, you know, before just now, when she was talking to it earlier. Like, who could that be that would be the most upsetting? The first person that came to mind was Gen, but that didn't make any sense, because he was like, I don't know where Takumi is, but Gen literally was just talking to him, so that didn't make any sense. Dad was not the first person to come to mind. He did not cross my mind. But yeah, no, that sucks. It sucks a lot.
みんな筒抜けだったわけね。
おいタケル、聞いてんのか？もしもし。
父さん、なんで？
おお、やっぱいるじゃねえか。なんだ、まだお前から聞いてねえのか？
Told me what? Told me what? Why was Dad calling Serica's phone?
全部の絵を描いてたのは俺と尾上だよ。
I didn't understand what he meant. Also, this track is too good. Like, I can't focus. Like, this is, I would say the music is probably like 40% of why I love the Science Adventure series. So, like, it is, the games themselves are incredible, but the music is a good hefty chunk on its own. Okay. I didn't understand what he meant, but I could hear my heart pounding loudly.
今回起きた一連の事件の最初からな。結構苦労したんだぞ。尾上と二人でいろいろと準備して。
一緒にするなよ。
I flinched away from her. Dude, it's like, it's almost like the Final Fantasy. Like the oh my god, it's so, like, in case it wasn't obvious, I love the music of the series. That right there. Best song. Okay. I flinched away from her. Serica was staring at the phone with a look on her face that I'd never seen before. She's furious.
事実じゃねえか。二人で一緒に頑張って殺してきただろ。未来予知の大谷も感情誘導の高柳も思考盗撮のあれ更新でバイトしてた兄ちゃんはなんつったっけな。まあいいか。渡部も灰田もユイもノノも。
Fucking why though, you... Okay. Let's play the game. Oh, I hate that. That was my dad's voice. There was no mistaking it. The names Yui and Nono echoed through my mind. Accomplished? Together? I felt like I needed to vomit. The taste of stomach acid rose into my mouth. I fell to my knees, unable to stand. Drool and vomit dribbled out of the corner of my mouth and onto the floor. Arimura was saying something to me. I could hear the words, but I couldn't understand them. This was a dream. It was just a bad dream, because why would Dad do that?
顔を上げろ。
Dad and Serica had killed them? Killed Yui? Killed Nono? Killed two of our family?
こっちを見ろ。
What? The hell? That didn't make any sense at all.
一体何なんだよ。
こっちを見ろ、宮代拓。
Our eyes met. Serica was looking at me, her expression fierce.
大丈夫だ。
She looked straight into my eyes.
私がいる。大丈夫だ。
Fine? How could anything be fine?
ずいぶんな言葉だな。
Serica's eyes narrowed as she looked at Kunosato.
安心しろ、久野里美代。今さらお前と分かり合おうなどと思っていない。お前たちの側に立ちたいともな。
She's a lost cause. Kunosato and Arimura went pale.
お前。そうか。それがお前の能力か。
思考洞察。頭の回転が速いな。そう、柿田博則と同じものだ。
おいタグル、聞こえてっか？つうわけでよ、とっとと名乗り出てくれ。
父さん、なんで、どういうことなんだよ。
言っただろ、俺とお前がやったことだって。
だから
That's not an answer to the
どういう
question.
ことなんだよ。
佐久間渉は委員会の人間なんだ。
Serica said the word like she was disgusted by it. And when Kunosato heard it, her face filled with anger.
正確には委員会の末端の組織。病院の地下でギガロマニアックスの研究をしていた連中の一人だ。連中は渋谷地震の影響でイレギュラーに発生してしまった能力者を邪魔な存在と捉え飼っていた。私はそれに協力していた。宮代拓、お前をその狩りから外すことを条件にな。
I felt like I couldn't breathe. The air was just leaking out of my mouth. Dad was what?
お前よ、お前本当にタクルを連れて逃げる気か？
お前は約束を反故にした。好きにさせてもらう。
そうじゃなくてよ、そんなこと可能だと思ってんのか？と、ぼちぼちだな。ちょうどいい。テレビつけてみろ。どのチャンネルでもいいからよ。
何？
いいからよ。テレビぐらいあんだろ？
Someone, probably Momose, turned on the TV. The voice of the TV announcer filled the room.
続きまして、渋谷で発生した連続猟奇事件に関する速報です。未成年の実名を公表したことにより注目されている今回の事件ですが、先ほど重要参考人として指名手配されている宮代拓君本人から報道機関宛てにメールで連絡が入りました。
Serica turned and looked at me.
知らない。僕は何もしてない。
そのメールには明日渋谷で開催される渋谷復興祭において注目の中自らの命を絶つと記載されており、警察はメールの中に犯人しか知り得ない情報、いわゆる秘密の暴露が含まれていたことから、このメールを宮代拓君本人からのものと断定しました。
Oh, so they're right. Morons. No, they're under control, but still, like, what kind of reasoning is that? Whatever. Mind control. I could hear myself let out a short scream. What the hell was this? What was going on?
佐久間、お前。
いや、タクルを連れて逃げるなんて言うもんだからよ。どうしたら諦めてくれるかと思ってな。何、自ら命を絶つなんて誇張だよ、誇張。ただ話題性は抜群だろ。復興祭に参加する人間、街中のやつらがタクルの死ぬとこを見物しようと探し回ることになる。
フリージアに隠れてたって、俺がネットでちょっと情報を流してやればそれで終わりだ。隠れる場所なんてどこにもなくなるぜ。
ゲスが
We agree for once.
タクロを諦めてくれるんなら、俺はこれからもお前と組んでやっていきたいと思ってんだ。まだ狩りは残ってるしな。
There was a short silence. Hearing the two of them talk about me didn't seem real. It was like watching the world from the other side of a pane of glass.
わかった。ただし条件が一つある。
おお、なんだ。
お前を殺させろ。
ああ？
今どこにいる？殺してやるから教えろよ。
His voice suddenly cut off. There was a heavy silence as he tried to figure out what she meant.
つまり返事はノーってことか。
宮代拓は私が存在する意味そのものだ。彼に害をなす者には指一本触れさせない。
本気で言ってんのかよ。
地震の日に肉体を得てから6年、お前に脅されながら人を殺し、組織のために死体の山を築いてきた私を甘く見るな。
I heard what sounded like an animal's laugh. It was my father's laugh, the one I'd always heard at Alba Dorm.
強がりってのもなかなか可愛いもんだな。さっき腹を裂かれたばっかだってのによ。お前、俺を殺せるつもりでいんのか？いいぞ、付き合ってやる。始まりの場所に来な。
始まりの場所。
わかんねえか？今回の事件、いや、6年前の事件も含めて全てが始まった場所だよ。
あそこか。
そう、そこだよ。ついでに時間も合わせようじゃねえか。あの時あの場所でってやつだ。お前の死に場所にはぴったりだろ。もちろんタクルも連れてこいよ。
And then suddenly, I heard the cold electronic beep of an ended call. Everyone but me was looking at Sarika and her phone. I was still kneeling on the floor, unable to move. That was an upsetting noise. Didn't like
11月
that.
6日、0時になりました。次のニュースです。
Jesus Christ. I'm still going. Screw it. Each time I took a breath, more cold, nasty sweat poured out of my body. What was going on? What the hell was happening? I'd been asking myself the same question for a long time now.
立てるか。
Sarika slowly offered me her hand. Her voice was different, but it was the same Sarika. I went to grab her hand and stand up like I always did. And then I smacked it away without thinking. No, that's not what you want to do. My head was still a mess from everything that happened, but I could feel my temperature rising. I thought once more of my sister's death, and my rage was just barely enough to support me. I stood up and glared at Sarika. The urge to vomit had left me at some point.
そうだ。こいつはノノ。
Sarika held the hand I knocked away close. She looked back at me. Why are you looking like that? Like you're hurt.
他に取る手段がなかった。クルス・ノノには 正体を感づかれてしまったから。
何？
私は私のままでお前を生存させ続けなければいけなかった。そのためには彼女が邪魔だった。
Without warning, her body floated up and slammed into a nearby wall. There wasn't even time to think about it. I used my power without even realizing I'd done so.
ふざけんなよ。お前とノノは。
友人ではない。私には友人など一人もいない。
She knew what I was thinking.
それが私の能力だ。私はこの能力でお前を守り続けてきた。お前に生み出されてからずっとだ。
Keep me safe? You liar.
嘘ではない。
だから嘘はやめろ。
What? Why are you smiling?
相変わらずだ。自分にとって望まない情報が出てくると、まず逃避から入るんだな。幼い頃から変わっていない。
Stop it.
私を生み出した時もそうだった。
Stop it.
私はお前に生み出された存在。そしてお前を生き延びさせること。それ以外は私にとって二の次なんだ。
おい、くだらない思い出話なら死んでからやれ。
It was a low, fierce voice. It came from Kunasato. She went over to Serika and grabbed her by the neck, and then slammed her into a wall. She needs to stop doing that. The whole strangulation thing. Like,
文句はないよな。
I could hear a horrible creaking sound coming from Serika's neck. Maybe she couldn't breathe because her mouth looked like it was gasping for air. But yeah, she's being
お前た
strangled.
ち委員会のその理屈じゃ、二の次のやつには何をしても構わないんだろう。
やめなさい、ミオちゃん。
黙れ。私はこいつを。
らしくないな。思考がめちゃくちゃだ。まるで頭の中が沸騰しているようだぞ。
何？
私は委員会に協力していたが、属してはいない。お前のアメリカ時代の件とは無関係だ。
勝手に私の心を読むな。
Oh, I hate that noise. Kunisato's hands dug deeper into Serika's throat.
何を言っている？お前が考えるから私に伝わってしまうんだ。まあ考えるなと言っても無理か。白熊効果を直に感じたのは初めてだな。
Alright. What the hell is the white bear effect? I've never heard of that. Strange phenomenon observed in human thought. People who are told to suppress certain thoughts or not remember certain things usually think and remember more strongly than those people who are not subjected to such suppression. The name white bear effect comes from an actual experiment where subjects were shown a photograph of a white bear and told not to think of it. Okay. Huh.
お前別にバカにしているわけじゃない。手を離してくれないか。目的は話をすることだと言っただろう。ああ、望むなら委員会の情報も知っているだけ話してやる。有村がいれば本当のことかどうか わかるだろう。
Sarika glanced at Arimura. Arimura took a frightened step back and then looked at the two of them. Kunosato let go violently. Her hands were shaking, and there were red marks on Sarika's throat. Kunosato took a long breath to calm herself down.
今回の事件を含めてこちらが聞いたことに関して全て話せ。自分で言った通り有村がいる以上嘘をついても無駄だ。
ああ。
それから今のように私の思考を読んで会話をするな。頭の中が能力者に覗かれていると思うと吐き気がする。
わかった。それで構わないか。
Sarika suddenly looked at me. I couldn't speak. Why was she asking me?
知りたいんだろう、真実を。お前は新聞部の部室でいろいろな仮説を立てては事件の全容を追っていた。確かにいいところまで言っていたが、最後に間違えた。佐久間や組織の存在に気づくことができなかった。
I made a mistake? That's right. I screwed up at the very end.
私が全て知っている。お前がずっと追ってきた事件の全てを。
Her words made me angry. It was as if she was going to tell me everything as a favor.
バカにするなよ。僕はもう事件のことなんて。
何？
Sarika seemed surprised. What difference did it make now? Yui and Nono were gone because I'd tried to solve the case. They weren't coming back. And
復讐なんて絶対に考えないで。危険なことはしないで。何もかも忘れて、他の人と同じ日常を、だけど埋もれないように、強く、しっかりと過ごしていってください。
もう危険なことはしない。
クルス・ノノのせいか。
damn it, she was reading my thoughts again.
心配しなくても私がお前を危険な目に遭わせない。むしろお前が危ないことをしないでくれると助かる。だが委員会と事件のことに関してはお前も聞いておけ。今後身を守るために必要となる。あと
やめろ。
I screamed. I couldn't take it anymore. Stop it, Sarika. Stop talking like you're on my side. You were the one who killed Yui and Kurusu, and you were the one who did that to Ito.
理屈より感情を優先するのか。それが情報強者の取るべき態度か。
うるさい。
I know that. But what if I can't help it? I can't just calm down and listen to you.
今だけ割り切るんだ。どうせもうじき決着がつく。そしてどう転ぼうと私はお前の前に二度と姿を現さない。
何？
だから今は割り切ってくれ。長くて24時間ほどの協力体制だ。それに久野里美代。
Sarika pointed to the girl who'd been strangling her over only a few moments ago.
取引だ。お前の望みを叶えてやる。その代わり今後宮代拓郎を預かってもらいたい。
なんだと？
順を追って話す。その途中でお前の聞きたいことを聞いていい。だがその前に座っていいか。壁に叩きつけられた時に 腹の傷が開いた。
Serica went to the sofa and sat on the edge. Only then did I remember what Dad had just said, that he'd cut open Serica's stomach. When she sat down, she put a hand on her stomach for a second, and I saw that it was stained with blood. But what was eerie was her attitude. She'd been careful not to put pressure on it when she sat down, but she didn't look hurt. It was as if injuries like that were an everyday occurrence for her, and she's given up on things ever getting better. The Serica I'd always known seemed like a different person.
佐久間にやられたということは、あいつもディソードを持っているのか？
質問は佐久間のことからでいいのか？
Serica didn't even bother wiping the blood off her fingers.
いや。おい、有村。こっちに来い。
何ですか？
お前も座れ。長くなる。こいつが嘘を言ったらすぐに教えろ。
Kunosato didn't wait for Arimura's answer. She turned back and sat down from Serica. Sat across from Serica. Arimura still looked scared of her, but...
はい。私も聞きたいことありますから。
She sat down next to Kunosato. I didn't want to go near her. Images of Yui and Nono's deaths flashed in my mind, and I couldn't think straight. There was no telling what I might do if I got close. I ended up leaning up against a wall.
百瀬さん、新庄さんにも聞かせたい話です。電話をしてスピーカーで繋いでおいてもらえますか？
わかったわ。
それからさっきはすみませんでした。
何が？
Kunosato nodded to Momose, and then her expression tightened once more. Momose made a call and said a few words to someone on the other end, probably Shinjo. Then a moment later, she nodded. Then Kunosato began.
まず根本的なことからだ。委員会の目的は何だ？
わからない。
は？
わかるといえば嘘になってしまう。そもそも私は佐久間と協力関係にあっただけだ。お前が盛んに委員会と呼ぶ組織のことは知らされていないんだ。佐久間自身だって委員会の末端組織でギガロマニアックスの研究をしていただけの人間だ。委員会全体のことは伺い知れない。
末端の組織というのは
？6年前、サードメルト、渋谷地震を起こした連中が属していた研究グループだ。AH 東京総合病院の地下の研究所を管理していた。
I shook a little when I heard her say that. That was where Senri Minamisawa had been tortured. That was where Uki had been kept and forced to care for the patients. Dad had been working for them?
今、渋谷地震を起こしたと言ったな。じゃあ、やっぱりあれは人為的なものだったのか？
人為的というよりも何らかのトラブルと聞いている。詳細は極秘で佐久間も知らされていないらしい。
どうやら私の仮説は正しかったようだな。
What she said matched most of Kunosato's theory.
渋谷地震が実験中のトラブルだとすると、委員会はそのせいで研究そのものを放棄したのか？
少なくとも佐久間はそう言っている。6年前、事故のせいで委員会は手を引き、地下の研究所も解体させられたと。しかも委員会はギガロマニアックスとは違う案件に力を注ぐようになったそうだ。佐久間は 自分たちが切り捨てられたと怒っていたが、詳しくはわからない。
ギガロマニアックス実験の被験者たちが地下で放置されていたのもそのせいか。
そうだ。はしごを外された形の研究者たちは山添雨季をはじめとする被験者たちを持て余し、ああやって軟禁しておくしかなかった。だがしばらく経ってイレギュラーが発生した。
Erica glanced over at me.
白い光による能力者のことか。
ああ。
私はその光を事故によって飛び散ったギガロマニアックスの発生因子だと推測したが、その通りか。
そう考えていいと思う。佐久間も仲間の研究者たちとそういう話をしていたからな。
仲間がいるのか。
いや、元の仲間と言った方がいいな。佐久間以外は研究を諦めて一応肩着でやっている。前に宮代や有村が脳の検査をしに行ったクリニックの院長とかな。
何？じゃあ、あのクリニックで撮った宮代たちの脳の断層写真は
フェイクだ。昔のよしみで作らせたらしい。
Serica kept talking. What she said should have been a shock to me, but so much had happened that it felt like I was no longer capable of being surprised.
父さんが本当に
He was really part of this committee thing? Dad, the guy who always drank too much. Dad, the lazy guy who got chewed out by Nono and Yui all the time, but whom everyone at Alba Dorm relied on more than anything? Dad, the man I loved way more than the people who'd actually given birth to me.
何もかも全部
I hate this. The picture makes me so sad. It was all fake? When he'd been the head of the Alba Clinic, when he'd been the dad at Alba Dorm, was that all fake? And then he'd killed Yui and Nono, who trusted him completely? I could feel pain in my hand when I punched the wall, but it didn't help me forget any of the other things I was feeling.
佐久間の目的は何だ？
言っただろう。イレギュラーで発生した能力者の始末だ。
違う。本当の目的だ。
Yeah, why? Like, what does that get him in the end?
能力者の始末が目的なら、もっと簡単に殺せたはずだ。なのに、なぜこんな面倒なことをした？ 11番目のロールシャッハ画像を現場に残したり、6年前と同じ日付に事件を引き起こしたり。
That's right. That's how all this began. The mystery was so compelling that I'd started to work it out with the rest of the newspaper club. And in the end, I decided that it was a game the killer was challenging me to, and I was wrong.
あれは委員会へのメッセージだよ。
メッセージ
？6年前、トラブルによって発生した危険なイレギュラー。つまり、想定外のギガロマニアックスを自分が掃除してやっているというアピールとでも言おうか。
掃除？
Arimura raised an eyebrow. I felt so furious that it took everything I had to stop me from using my powers.
ふざけんな！ユイをあんな風に殺したのは掃除だったっていうのか！
Oh god, I didn't want to see that again. God fucking damn it. I didn't want to see that again. Momose must have seen me, because she came over and whispered for me to calm down. I just barely managed.
想定外のギガロマニアックスというと、大谷や高柳、柿田、渡部、あるいはこいつらのことだな。
Kunosato pointed at Arimura and I. Serica nodded silently.
そうだ、佐久間は末端の組織の人間で委員会と直接コンタクトする手段がない。だから委員会が注目するような形で事件を起こしていったんだ。さらに11番目のロールシャッハ画像、つまり本物の力士シールも委員会にとって見過ごせないファクターだと佐久間は考えた。あれは6年前の計画破棄とともにデータごと全て消去された。当然1枚たりとも残っていてはいけないものだ。ところがそんなトップシークレットがよりにもよって事件に使われニュースで公開されたら、委員会だって放置はできないだろう。必ず佐久間に接触してくる。それが狙いだった。
データごと消去されたのなら、佐久間はどうやってあの画像を手に入れたんだ？
ある場所に画像が保存されていたんだ。委員会の想像もつかないような場所にな。それを取り出すことに佐久間は成功した。
というと？
脳の中だよ。地下で実験を受けていた被験者の山添右紀が連れていた老人を覚えているか？
I remembered too. The blind old woman.
無論あの老人だけでは何の役にも立たない。でも非常に珍しい能力を持ったギガロマニアックス山添右紀との組み合わせを発見した時、佐久間は狂気していたよ。
山添の能力は他人の妄想をリアルブートしてしまう。それを使ったんだな。
そうだ、あの画像に取り憑かれていた老人は食事を求めるように画像を求め、それを山添がリアルブートするようになった。
Wow.
そうして11番目のロールシャッハ画像は渋谷の至る所に出現し、佐久間はそれを回収して犯行に使った。ここまでやれば委員会が動かないはずがない。
佐久間は委員会と接触することで何を望んだんだ？
自分が中心となったギガロマニアックス研究の再開。
That was all? That was the only reason? That was the only reason he'd done all this?
で、実際にあったのか？委員会からの接触は？
そのようだ。委員会は研究再開の条件として今回の事件の収拾をつけるよう佐久間に命じた。そこで奴は私との約束を反故にし、宮代に全ての罪をかぶせて事件の収束を図ろうとしている。
For the first time, there was a hint of disgust in her voice.
結局佐久間に裏切られたわけか。なぜ佐久間はこいつを犯人に仕立て上げようとしている？
Kunosato pointed at me as she spoke.
本来であれば事件は南沢千里が犯人となって決着するはずだったんだ。自殺という形でな。
I was caught off guard by the sudden mention of her name.
と言っても実際はお前たちも知っての通り灰田理子という別人だが。宮代拓、お前はずっと南沢千里が生きていて自分に復讐しようとしているのではないかと怯えていたが、それは杞憂だ。本当の南沢千里はこの世にはいない。確かに死んだんだ。そもそもあいつはお前を恨んでなどいなかったしな。
お前、南沢千里のこと知ってたのか？
直接は知らないが、クルス・ノノの思考を読んだ。
また思考盗撮か。大した芸だ。
Get over it.
皮肉はいい。とにかく佐久間は全ての事件の後、灰田理子を南沢千里ということにして自殺させ、事件の幕引きにするつもりだった。だがその計画はうまくいかなかった。さすが宮代拓だ と褒めておくが、お前たちはこちらが思っているよりもずっと早く事件の裏に気づき、すぐに行動を起こした。そのせいで殺す予定だった能力者が殺せなくなり、順番が狂ったんだ。
Serica looked at me for just a moment, then looked away. She was probably talking about Uki. They were going to kill a little girl like that? I scowled at Serica as hard as I could. Jesus Christ.
それで仕方なくハイダリクを先に殺したのか。
そうだ。ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件を途切れさせるわけにはいかなかったからな。
I felt disgust as I watched Serica talk coolly about murder. This couldn't be the Serica I knew.
それで最終的に宮代拓を犯人に仕立て上げようとしている理由は何だ。
実はよくわからないが、委員会の指示かもしれない。
I'd never even heard of this committee until now. So why?
覚えていないか。宮代自身が以前疑問に思っていたことだぞ。
何のことだよ。
能力者は一人で一つの能力しか持てないのかという疑問があったろう。
That was another thing I was gonna mention, then I didn't. He has multiple powers. He made her, and he has the psychokinesis, right? Is that what they're getting at? He's like the only one with multiple powers? That's right. That had come up when we were talking in the club room. In the end, we never came up with an answer, so we had to move on.
お前は私という存在をリアルブートした。これだけでも大した能力だが、その後、さらに別の能力まで使えるようになっている。渋谷地震で発生した白い光。それを浴びたものの中には、こんな例は存在しない。そうだな、久野里。
ああ。今のところ、データ上は皆無だ。
だが、佐久間によれば、かつて佐久間たちの組織が研究していたギガロマニアックスというのは、そういうものだったそうだ。
何？
サイコキネシスだの、テレパスだの、特定の力だけを持つ超能力者まがいではなく、心の中に思い描いたどんな妄想でもリアルブートできる存在。それをギガロマニアックスと呼んだ。つまり、本来のギガロマニアックスは能力さえ開花すればどんな力でも使えるはずなんだよ。
Misato looked at me with narrowed eyes.
つまり宮代拓は本物ということだな。そして委員会は何らかの理由で本物を危険だと考え排除したがっている。
推論だがな。6年前の事故に何か関係があるのかもしれない。私が話せることはこれで全てだ。あとは知らされていない。
どうだ、有村。
嘘はついてないみたいですね。
Arimura had been watching Serica with fiery eyes the whole time. Serica looked back at her, and after a moment's thought, she spoke.
ああ、その通りだ、有村。
Arimura leapt out of her seat.
だから勝手に人の心を読むな。
さっきから考えていることがあるだろう。言葉に出さないと他の連中に伝わらないぞ。
最低。
Yeah, it's pretty rude. I'm like... There was hatred in her voice. Yeah, I don't think I'd like that very much either. And Serica didn't respond. It only angered her more.
セリじゃない、尾上セリか。あんたは思考盗撮を使って能力者を見つけ殺していた。そうよね。
ああ。
ラブホテルで柿田さんが殺された事件、どうして柿田さんの方を殺したの？私も能力者だって 分かってたんでしょ？
I
二
didn't
人
even
で
think
あ
of
そこ
that.
にいたんだから。
簡単だ。私の能力と柿田の能力が同じだったからだよ。思考盗撮の能力者は邪魔だ。私や佐久間の正体がバレる。
たったそれだけの理由で？
私たちの計画には重要なことだ。
ちくしょう！あんたのせいで！
At some point, Arimura had started to cry.
そうだ。私がいたせいであの日柿田は死んだ。
Arimura reached out into thin air and went to grab her D-sword, and then stopped. She looked down at Serica, tears running down cheeks that were red with rage. Arimura slammed herself back into her seat instead of grabbing her sword. She held her arms tight to her body without bothering to wipe away the tears.
新庄さん、聞いていたか？
After a moment's silence, Kunisada spoke into the phone.
あ
あんたにやってもらいたいことがあるんだがな。
あ、なんだ？
青葉寮にまだ捜査員が残ってるなら、何とかしてほしい。あとマスコミも。
ああ。家宅捜索自体はもう終わってる。可能だと思うが、どうする気だ？
場所をそっちへ移す。佐久間の調査と、あと、山添浮きを私たちの目の届くところに置いておきたい。
It was several hours later when Shinjo called us and told us that all the police had left Aoba dorm. We were all loaded into Momose's car, and Shinjo told us which routes to follow to get there without hitting any checkpoints.
ん？百瀬さんは？
フリージアに戻りました。別の線からいろいろ調べてくれるとか。
そうか。
Shinjo was waiting for us in the living room. He stood somewhere he could observe Serica. I suddenly felt the familiar smells of home, and felt just a little better.
はあ、ここはやっぱり僕の家だ。
It had only been a little while since I'd left to find Kurusu, but it felt like a long time.
ここに来るまで大丈夫だったか？
はい。
I nodded back, but it had felt like the whole town was going crazy. As I crouched in the back seat, I would sometimes look up and peek out the window. It was bizarre how many people were there. The sun was only just starting to rise, but there were groups of people partying everywhere. Through the closed windows, I could hear irritating laughter.
みんなが浮かれてる。うちの署は全員街のあちこちで警戒に当たってる。
Shinjo must have seen the look on my face.
僕を探してるんでしょうか？
いや、そうでは。
He was about to shake his head, but
すまん。正直その可能性が高い。復興祭でいつもより人が多いのは事実だが、ネットは見たか？
あ、いえ。
I hadn't felt like it.
君を捕まえた者に懸賞金が出るというデマが広がっている。
え？
Oh God. That can't be. A reward?
もちろん、警察はそんな発表はしていない。逆にデマだと発表したんだが、それが分かっていないのか、仲間と一緒に君を探している連中も多いらしい。
デマだなんてみんな分かっているさ。
何？
Shinjo looked at Serica with animosity in his eyes.
ネット上の祭りというのはこういうものだ。連中にとっては情報が正しかろうと間違っていようと そんなことはどうでもいい。そうだろ、宮代拓。
For some reason, she seemed a little happy. She was right. That was the basic mechanism for internet festivals.
有村、久野里さんと和樹たちは。
I wanted to change the subject, so I asked about the people who weren't here.
久野里さんは1回、佐久間が仕事で使っていた PC の中をダメ元で漁ってます。花たちは。
Arimura glanced at Serica before she spoke.
優斗くんも一緒にウキの部屋にいてもらってます。近くにいない方がいいと思ったから。
Arimura didn't come out and say it, but I knew she meant close to Serica.
ウキは、大丈夫かな？
ええ。優斗くんのおかげと言っちゃなんですけど、自分がしっかりしなきゃって思ってるみたいです。そういう時の女の子は強いですよ。覚えておくといいです。
そっか。
Yui and Kurusu had been the same way. Whenever they had someone to protect, they were stronger than anything.
あとは父さん、佐久間がおかしなことをしてこなければいいけど。
それは心配しなくていい。佐久間は私と宮代のことにケリがつくまで有村や山添には手を出さない。
ねえ、あんたさ。
There was a challenge in Arimura's voice.
まるで仲間みたいな顔して言うのやめて。めちゃくちゃ腹立つから。
She was clutching her hands into fists so tightly that they turned white. Her lips were shaking a little. All trace of an expression vanished from Serica's face. It was impossible to see what she was feeling. And then the intercom rang. I looked and saw it was from the exam room on the first floor. It was probably Kunosato. I hit the answer button and put it on speaker.
宮代か。
はい。
佐久間が普段使っていた PC は診察室のもの以外にあるか？
いえ、ないと思います。
As far as I knew, anyway. Dad, though I didn't want to call him that now, had hid everything from me.
おい、尾上。ここの他に佐久間が隠れていそうな場所は思い当たらないんだな。
ああ。
Serica answered Kunosato's question. During the hours while we waited for the police to leave Aoba dorm, Kunosato had peppered Serica with questions. My brain, I don't know why my brain forgot that the word peppered had that connotation, and I was so confused. Okay. Yeah, peppered Serica with questions. That is a real phrase that people use. Most of the questions dealt with the nature of the committee rather than the case itself. I heard a lot of words I'd never heard before, and I don't think anybody but the two of them understood most of it. What struck me the most during that time was the rage on Kunosato's face. Her face was twisted into something terrible, and she would sometimes slam her fists down on the desk as if she was trying to stop herself from strangling Onoe. She must have really, really hated the committee. It seemed like it had something to do with what happened to her when she was in America, but I couldn't ask her anything. I could hear her working at the computer over the speakerphone.
ダメだな。何も出ない。おい、尾上。
なんだ。
お前が私に与えられる情報はこれで全てか？
Yes, Serica nodded.
なら、宮代を私に預けるというのはどういうことだ？
That's right. I hadn't gotten the chance to ask that. Serica had said that at Frisia.
言葉通りだ、久野里美代。お前には今後、宮代拓を可能な限り生かし続けてもらいたい。
はあ？
私はこれから佐久間の指定した場所へ行く。もちろん一人でだ。
Serica looked at me as she spoke.
あいつはお前を連れてこいと言っていたが、それに従う必要はない。私は必ずあいつと差し違える。だからお前は久野里美桜の手引きでこの町から逃げるんだ。あいつが死んで真実が明らかになれば、いずれお前の無実も証明されるだろ
う。なんで？
お前はもう危ないことはしないんだろう。
No, that's not right.
なんでお前がそんなことするんだよ。
私の存在する理由がお前を生かすことだからだ。
私がそいつを引き受けるとでも思ってるのか。
Kunosada's voice was cold, as if she thought the whole thing was a bad joke.
受けてはくれないか。
当たり前だ。私は委員会に復讐するためにここにいる。ギガロマニアックスのお守りをするためじゃない。
宮代拓郎を渋谷の外に連れ出せば、お前の望みが叶うかもしれないぞ。
え？
Kunosada fell silent, as if she was thinking of something. What? What was going on? What would happen if she took me out of Shibuya?
いいか、久野里美桜。佐久間は委員会の中枢へ入り込んでいきたいらしいが、そんなのはただの夢物語だ。委員会にそんなつもりはないだろう。結局佐久間をどうしようとお前の望む中枢にはたどり着けない。だがお前が宮代拓郎を連れて逃げれば話は別だ。
カオスチャイルド症候群か。
I frowned when I saw Serica nod. Chaos Child Syndrome? That was the name for the PTSD symptoms that started appearing in children after the Shibuya earthquake. What did that have to do with anything?
それができるのはお前しかいない。委員会に対して知識を持ち、碧峰学園や青葉寮の特殊性に気づいていて、なぜ能力者が渋谷に集まっているのか、それを理解しているお前にしかな。どうだ、お前が復讐を望んでいる連中が向こうから現れるかもしれないぞ。
I didn't know what she meant. I could tell that Arimura was confused too. Aoba Dorm and Hekio Academy were special? And what was this about all the psychics being in Shibuya?
それは能力が生まれるきっかけになった白い光が渋谷で起こったからで。
No. Wait, that's not right. That light was what created the psychics. The physics. That's what I'd learned from all the information so far. But
能力者たちが渋谷にとどまり続けている理由はない？
待ってください。どういうことですか？
Arimura shouted toward the phone.
能力者は私たちみたいな人間はどうして渋谷ばかりに？
There was no answer, but I knew Kunosado heard her. Serica stared at the phone as if waiting for an answer. Was there some connection between the psychics and Chaos Child Syndrome?
本当にそう考えているのか。
何？
宮代を渋谷から逃がすことが宮代の生存につながると。
佐久間を殺したところであいつに思考誘導をかけられた人間は正気に戻らない。宮代拓郎の居場所は渋谷にはもうない。であれば逃がすしかないだろう。
有村、そいつは嘘を言ってないか？
言ってないはずです。それより何なんですか？何を知ってるんですか？
There was another silence. This time it was long enough that I thought she'd hung up.
それなら有村と山添も渋谷から話した方が委員会と接触する可能性は高まるな。
好きにすればいい。宮代拓郎を連れて行ってくれるなら文句はない。
は？ちょっと。
宮代と有村は荷物をまとめろ。山添にもそう伝えておけ。新庄さんにも手伝ってもらうぞ。
Suddenly, she hung up.
どういうことだ？
こっちが聞きたいですよ。
I
ちょっと行ってきます。
don't like this. Arimura sounded irritated as she ran downstairs to go see Kunosato. I thought to myself as I watched her go, was there still something I didn't know about the case?
知りたいか？
Yes, please. I do. I don't know about Miyashiro, but I would like to know, please. Please and thank you. Sarika was looking at me, as if she was trying to test me. Again. She was reading my mind again.
僕は
危険なことはしないで。
別に勝手にすればいいじゃないか。
I turned away before the feelings in my mind turned into words. That's right. Anything else would mean betraying Nono. I glanced to the side and saw that Sarika was still staring at me. Her expression was the same as ever. But she seemed the same as when I knocked her hand away at Frisia, sad, as if she'd been as if she'd dropped and broken some priceless treasure. November 6, 2015, Friday.
では最後に神聖の町渋谷のますますの発展を願い開催の言葉とさせていただきます。皆様ご協力のほどよろしくお願いいたします。
November 6, 2015, 9 a.m. The second Shibuya Peace and Restoration Festival had begun. The people gathered in front of the Hikari-wo building. The Hikari-wo began to loudly applaud when the mayor finished his speech. Then they started to split off to visit the concerts and stalls that they wanted to go see. So the music is implying that things are like happy. Bullshit. This is not cool. Stop lying to me, music. Over 80% of the people were from outside Shibuya. Many were from Tokyo, but others had come from all the way outside the country to witness the celebration. There were easily more than 100,000 people in attendance. The first festival was held last year to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the reconstruction, and the whole ward had come out to celebrate. A similar event had been done a year after the disaster, but it had been less of a festival and more of a memorial. Oh my god, my nose itches so bad. The rebuilding work was proceeding at a feverish pitch, but at that point it was still too early to call it a city reborn. But last year, even though there were still areas that were covered in rubble, the 5th year anniversary and the prospect of the tax revenue that would come along with it were enough to get the government to hold a festival for the whole ward. Despite being only a one-day event, it had attracted over 80,000 people and worldwide attention. It was such a big success for that for this year, the city had put even more effort into it, and the concerts were bigger and there were a lot more places to eat and drink. The main areas were centered around the Hikari-wo building, as well as the Shibuya Cultural Hall, Shibuya 107, and Shibuya Sign City. All the main roads around the station were closed to any traffic that wasn't bringing in people or equipment to the festival. Bunkamura Street and Dogenzaka Street, in particular, were overflowing with performers and stalls.
今度はここ？
The reporter with the Tokyo Next TV saw the cameraman nod and then looked at the scene in front of her. This whole thing was stupid, and she could tell she was getting tired. Jesus Christ. Oh. Center Street. One of Shibuya's busiest shopping streets. This street always had a lot of young people to begin with, and now with the festival, it was covered with stalls to visit and filled with people of all ages. When she'd been given the job of reporting on the Shibuya Reconstruction Festival several months ago, she'd literally jumped for joy. The reason she was so excited was that the vocalist for one of her favorite bands, Momone Takayanagi, was going to be performing on stage. Ever since she'd happened to hear Takayanagi's voice at a concert hall, she'd been a fan, or perhaps a dedicated believer. She was willing to do whatever it took to get a camera to her performance at the Restoration Festival, so that the whole world could see how wonderful she was. But... yeah. She'd been caught up in the return of the New Generation madness and murdered. Now there was barely any point in covering the Restoration Festival anymore. But she still had to smile and obey when her boss told her to come here. And in the end, she'd wanted to believe that a big TV station would be better than this. What she was doing was little better than rubbernecking. The cameraman pointed at a group of people wearing homemade t-shirts. The shirts had a white print background with a photo on the front and a big red question mark that covered the photo. They were all young, just like all the others she'd interviewed so far. She covered her annoyance with the same smile she used to deal with her obnoxious boss. Then she pushed through the crowd and got close to the group.
こんにちは。何してるんですか？
お、テレビ？どこっすか？
Who cares, she thought to herself. But she told them she was with Tokyo Next.
これっすよ、これ。
He pulled on his t-shirt to show her. The photo in the center was of two fat male faces, the sumo sticker.
テレビ来てるってことは、やっぱマジなんすか？スイポの情報。
何ですかそれ？
She played dumb and acted surprised. She certainly couldn't tell them that she'd come here because of a rumor on Twitter, especially one that was almost certainly a lie.
宮代がここで自殺するって噂が流れてんすよ。
This guy's gonna kill himself, yeah! Isn't that exciting? Alright! She knew about it. Before dawn, it was supposed to happen in front of the big TVs. And a few hours ago, it was next to the statue of Hachi in the front of the station.
宮代ってあの指名手配になっている宮代拓くんですか？
あ、画像ありますよ。
He started to fiddle with his smartphone, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she hadn't asked to see it. It was the same picture of Takeru Miyashiro that she was already sick of seeing. According to her boss, it was from his student notebook.
こんなものどうして持ってるんですか？
ネット見てないんすか？みんな持ってますよ。
俺らマジで懸賞金狙ってますから。
The reward. Come to think of it, there was a fake rumor about that going around.
その T シャツはご自分で作られたんですか？
まさか、さっき300円で買ったんすよ。超絶ダサいっしょ。ネタネタ。
And then they all started to laugh, though she didn't get the joke. She could feel herself getting more aggravated. She'd seen similar t-shirts and placards, and even some that were declaring Takeru Miyashiro a god and glorifying the sumo stickers. Some of them were being sold as part of a movement to get rid of the sumo stickers so people could focus on the festival, but most people were just wearing them to be part of the chaos. Of course, this was the first time she'd seen anyone who actually believed in the reward.
宮代拓くんについてどう思いますか？
調子こいてますね。連続殺人？ しかも同じ施設のやつもでしょ。何やってもいいと思ってんすよ、こいつ。
こいつのこと神とか言ってるオタク連中マジキモくないっすか。俺らそういうの許せないんすよ。
She ignored most of what they were saying. There was no need to go any deeper. As long as she had the footage on her camera, that would be good enough.
でも
Everyone seemed to think that Takeru Miyashiro was the killer. At least, everyone who'd come to the festival to find him seemed to think so. And they were probably right. The official announcement just said that he was wanted as a person of interest, but if he wasn't the killer, they wouldn't have used his real name. And she'd also heard that they were, in fact, looking for him as a suspect, though she didn't know where the information had come from.
宮代拓ニュージェネレーションの狂気の再来の犯人。
She suddenly felt a rage building inside her. There was no way she could do what she'd originally set out to do now. The angel with the heavenly voice was dead. But if there was one reason to participate in this festival...
そうだ。噂話でも何でもいい。宮代の目撃情報をどうにかしてかき集めて、わかりやすくこういう奴らの前にさらしてやる。
If he wanted to kill himself in public, he was probably some kind of sick madman. If he pulled it off, even more idiots might start worshipping him, and that was probably just what he wanted. She wouldn't let that happen. That wouldn't atone for her murder at all. He deserved a miserable, painful death, preferably with people throwing rocks at him like an old historical drama.
ちょっとどうしたの？
Oh, nothing. Just fantasizing about committing murder. Don't mind me. Only then did she realize that the people in front of her had stopped talking. She said thank you and went to go find another person to interview.
そうだ。すいません。最後に一つ。
She suddenly stopped and asked the group one last question she thought of before they disappeared into the crowd.
今日はどちらから？
埼玉っすよ。チャリで来ました。
Then they laughed again, but she still didn't get the joke. This time she turned around without thanking them and walked off into the busy street. She could tell her cameraman looked confused. He didn't seem to understand the meaning of her question. If they were from Saitama, that meant they weren't from Shibuya, and from the look of it, they weren't victims of the disaster. People who had nothing to do with the Shibuya earthquake were here looking for Miyashiro. So were the victims of the earthquake she'd just interviewed a while ago, who were hoping that the Restoration Festival would be a success. And so were people with a grudge to bear against him, like her.
出てこい。宮代。
Her thoughts were never going to be heard on TV, and the people nearby couldn't hear them either. They were shared by the vast majority of the people at the Restoration Festival. Whenever she saw someone wearing a sumo sticker on their clothes, she figured they were after Miyashiro, and when she went to interview them, she found out that she was right. But in fact, the news that Miyashiro was going to kill himself in front of the crowd had been playing on TV every hour since last night. Because of that, over 98% of the people at the Restoration Festival heard it. There was literally no safe place for him in the city.
調子こいてますね。連続殺人？しかも同じ施設のやつもでしょ。何やってもいいと思ってんすよ、こいつ。
The words made me sick, so I turned off the TV. I don't know why he turned it on. I realized that the skin on the soles of my feet was starting to rub off, and unclenched my toes. It felt like if I didn't keep some part of my body tensed up, I'd scream and start smashing things. I'd always hated outsiders who never cared about the actual people caught up in something, but this time it was different.
誰が調子ついてるって。
Damn it, you don't know anything. You don't understand anything. And if you don't know anything, then you need to keep your mouth shut. I wasn't the one who killed Nono or Yui. Sarika had been sitting in her chair, barely moving. She seemed to be staring at a spot on the wall, just waiting for time to pass.
タクルさん。
おい、ここへ来ちゃダメだろ。
I suddenly shut my mouth. Uki and Kazuki were both looking at Sarika. Their hands were shaking, either with fear or suppressed rage, or maybe both.
新庄さんと優斗は
新庄さんは今電話を。優斗くんはお薬を飲んで私の部屋で眠ってます。
そっか。
I was glad he was asleep. He saw the person who killed his sisters. He probably couldn't take it. He was still just in elementary school. The two of them stared at Sarika, unmoving. Sarika didn't move either. But
本当だ。
at some point, Sarika had turned away from the wall to look at them.
クルス・ノノを殺したのは私だよ。山添雨季、和樹花。
Their expressions changed. Sarika must have read their thoughts. He took a few steps back and shivered.
他のすべての事件もあなたなんですか？
そうだ。
どうして？いえ、だったら。
Sarika's voice was calm, but Uki's was small and shaking.
私がいた場所のこと何か知ってるんですよね。私がお世話をしていた皆さんは今どこに？
さあな、私にはわからない。
答えてください。お願いです。あなたが全ての犯人なら知っているはずです。
I suddenly realized why Uki wouldn't back down.
そうだ。
Uki didn't know about Dad yet. I hadn't had the time to tell her, and
ウキは父さんを慕っていたから。
Sucks, dude! Uki was extremely shy, and it was Nono and Dad who'd given her a place here. And she'd always found her meaning in life in helping others, so doctors must have been people she really looked up to.
話せるわけないだろう。
山添雨季、お前は何も聞いていないようだな。
やめろ。
I jumped out of my chair.
お前なら佐久間の正体に気づける可能性があったんだがな。おそらく6年前に会っているはずだ。
何の話を？
まあ、あんな状況では無理かもしれないが、佐久間は。
だからやめろ！
As I screamed, I hit her with my power, without even thinking about it. I slammed her off her chair and onto the floor. And then I walked over and grabbed her by the hair. Tucker? Can you calm down a little bit? I'd never been this violent with a girl before. I could hear Uki and Kazuki gasping at the change in me. Stop that. I grabbed her by the hair to make her look me straight in the eye.
いい加減にしろよお前。これ以上大切な家族の心を壊すな。
I looked at her, mustering all the rage I could in my mind. She should be able to tell how mad I was. Sarika must have felt my anger, or maybe it hurt where I grabbed her hair, because her face twisted a little in pain. I looked back and saw Uki staring at Sarika with wide eyes. Kazuki looked sad too.
もうやめてください。いくら尾上さんが悪い人でも タクルさんがそんな怖いことするの見たくないです。
I agree. I agree with Uki.
そうだな。
I let go of Serica's hair. She ran her hand through it violently to try to get it back into place.
タクルさん、先生はどうしたんですか？今どこにいるんですか？それに新庄さんが突然荷物をまとめろって、それと何か関係あるんですか？
それは。
There were tears in Uki's eyes, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. Serica stood up, and then she grabbed her stomach again for some reason. There was blood on her hands. Yeah, you probably opened her wound back up, my guy.
父さんにやられたっていう傷か。
Come to think of it, her wound looked like it had opened when I used my powers on her at Frisia. Damn it. I turned to Uki, who looked like she was on the verge of breaking down in tears.
後で必ず話すから、今は言われた通りに荷物をまとめてくれ、ウキ。
でも、
Uki looked like she wanted to ask more questions, but Kazuki grabbed her hand firmly and shook her head. And then she pushed her gently on the shoulder and led her out of the room.
ありがとうな。
I said thanks in my mind for Kazuki's kindness. And as soon as I heard the two of them start to quietly pack up in Uki's room, I invited Serica downstairs.
ついてこいよ。いいから来いって。あれ？
When I went inside the exam room, I didn't see Kunosato or Arimura.
変だな。
Anything that's strange never ends well. It always ends with somebody getting murdered or mutilated. This is not good. I do not like this. I thought they'd still be here.
外科用の設備などここにはないだろう。
Serica must have already read my mind.
一般家庭の救急箱よりマシだろ。それに。
And Nono had said that Dad used to be a brain surgeon, and that he'd done operations on patients during the Shibuya earthquake. And that there were still patients who said that he'd saved their lives.
そうだ。父さんは。
Dad was a good doctor. The people in the neighborhood loved him. I mean, did they? It's hard to tell when he can literally rewrite people's fucking minds. He drank too much, and he could be a little lazy, but he was a man who found his life's work in helping others. He was a man I could respect. So why? At first, I hadn't believed he could betray us, but as time passed, it started to seem more real. I knew it was pathetic, but I almost started to cry. I tried to take my mind off of it by going through the shelves, which were filled with gauze and drugs. But all the medicine bottles had neat labels in Nono's handwriting. When I saw them, it only made me want to cry more.
違うな。佐久間は相手の思考を誘導するという最悪な力を手に入れ、それを楽しんでいる人間だ。なのに、表向きはいい医者を演じていた。
Serica lifted up her shirt and showed me her stomach. Oh, Christ.
お前、それ。
Jesus. It was covered with packing tape that had been stained dark red. It was wound poorly and far too tight.
佐久間は以前、私が傷の応急処置にガムテープを使っているのを見て笑っていたよ。やるじゃねえか、と意味のわからないことを言ってな。お前は2番目の事件を覚えているか？ ストリートミュージシャンの高柳が殺された事件だ。
Oh, right.
腹が裂かれてスピーカーが埋め込まれていた。
Oh my
あの時
God.
思考誘導された高柳が止血に使ったのがやはりガムテープだ。思考誘導された高柳が裂いた腹をガムテープで処置しているのを見た。なぜそんなことをさせているのかあいつに尋ねたが、あいつはこう言った。
お前に似てるだろ。人形みたいで面白いじゃねえか。
Could imagine his tone and his voice. Felt all the hairs on my body stand up on end.
私は佐久間の思考を読んだ。何を考えてそんな言葉が出てくるのか知らなければと思った。
Serica let out a long breath, as if letting something that had been building up inside her.
あいつは言葉以上のことを考えていなかった。頭の中にはただ面白いという声だけが反響していた。あいつは異常だ。よく快楽殺人と言われるものがあるが、それですらない。自分にとって面白いかどうかだけが重要で、その行為が殺人かどうかにさえ興味がないんだ。あいつに気持ちを寄せるな、理解しようとするな。優しい父親だったという思い込みを捨てろ。
別にそんなつもりはない。
違う。お前はまだ佐久間に対して何かを期待している。でもあいつにとっては食後のお前たちとの談笑も残虐な殺人も同じことなんだぞ。
そんなつもりないって言ってるだろ。
I couldn't tell how my confused thoughts appeared to Serica, because I didn't know how I felt myself. Dad was trying to join some organization called the Committee. That's why he was going to kill me and put an end to the case. I was tired of hearing that.
大体それをすぐに受け入れろって言われたって無理に決まってるだろ。
Just 10 hours ago, Dad was Dad, the lazy guy who drank too much, the doctor everybody loved. Oh, God, that's awful. Serica started to silently tear off the packing tape. Oh my God!
ここは外科じゃないからな。手術道具が置いてあるとは思えない。それより奥の机の一番下の引き出しを見てくれ。
何？
クルスノノがよく使っていた机だ。そこに裁縫道具が入っているだろう。
Kurusu had indeed kept sewing tools in there to patch the buttons back onto Dad's white coat. Did she learn to do that by reading Kurusu's mind? I was angry, but I did what she said anyway. There was a bag filled with sewing tools there, like always. I gave them to Serica, and she grabbed a needle and thread at random. She disinfected them and started to wordlessly sew up her own stomach. Seeing the sewing needle stick into Serica's pale white skin was worse than seeing the wound itself. She showed no hesitation and no sign of being in pain.
こいつ今までどんな生活を。
Our eyes met. I forced myself to think of something else before she could answer my question.
父さんは僕やお前をどこに呼び出したんだ。
Serica finished her stitches and tore off the end of the thread.
すべての始まりとなった場所。その始まりの時刻に来いと言っていただろう。
わかんねえか、今回の事件。いや、6年前の事件も含めて全てが始まった場所だよ。そう、そこだよ。ついでに時間も合わせようじゃねえか。あの時あの場所でってやつだ。
That's what he'd said. The place where everything began?
お前や久野里が考えた通り、元凶は渋谷自身にある。あれはとある装置が爆発したせいで引き起こされたものだ。そしてお前たちが発生因子と呼んでいるもの、実際はある特殊な電磁波だが、それが拡散されてしまった。それによって望まれない能力者が覚醒することになった。
渋谷自身が人工地震だったっていう陰謀論は事実だったのか。
そういうことになるな。お前たちもフリージアで話していたが、その装置はかつて渋谷駅前のプラネタリウムに密かに設置されていた。
Kunosato had been the one to tell me that. Some company had bought out the planetarium and used it to do experiments.
でもあそこは今ヒカリオが立ってるだろ。
そう。だがヒカリオの中にかつてのプラネタリウムの DNA を引き継ぐというコンセプトのもと、新たに建造された施設がある。それがシアターキューブだよ。
え？
The Theater Cube. A huge theater located inside the Hikariwo. It was used for musicals and famous performance groups from both inside and outside Japan. It was the largest part of the Hikariwo building and one of its most popular attractions. So it was modeled after the old planetarium?
そういえば、あそこには。
I'd gone there just once before. There was a foreign musical playing. I remembered being amazed at the size of the place and the luxurious design. But what I remembered best was the faces of the people I'd gone with. Yui, Yuto, Nono, and Dad. I think it was to celebrate Nono and I making it into Heikyo Academy. We'd made it into Hekiho, which offered free tuition for earthquake orphans. And Dad had joked, "This frees up a lot of cash," and bought us expensive front row seats. Nono had gotten mad at him and told him he was wasting money. Thinking back, that was the first time the five of us had ever gone anywhere as a family. It was a memory I treasured. But
なんで父さんはそんなところを選んだんだろ
う。Onoe closed her eyes for a moment.
おそらくはお前だ、宮代拓。
僕。
今回の復興祭、ヒカリオはその中心の役割を担っていて、大勢の人間が集まっている。あいつは声明通り、お前を衆目の中、自殺に見せかけて殺すつもりだろう。
Using his mind control, she continued.
それに、復興祭の昼のイベントさえ終わってしまえば、夜の劇場は巨大な無人スペースになる。万一、ディソードで切り合う羽目になっても、人目を避けられる。始まりの場所に来い、などと大行なことを言っていたが、あいつが何の意図もなく場所と時間を指定するはずがない。
ってことは、時間っていうのは
午後10時28分。
I would never forget that time. It was when the Shibuya earthquake struck.
午後10時28分をもって復興祭の雰囲気は一変する。それまでのお祭り騒ぎから参加者全員が黙祷を捧げ、渋谷は静寂に包まれる。そんな中、自殺の声明を出したお前が登場するわけだ。どうなるか想像がつくだろう。あのクズめ。
There was a disgust in her words. It wasn't rage. It sounded like she was suffering somehow. Why, Serica? You're that angry. You're in that much pain.
なんでお前はずっと父さんに従っていたんだよ。
何度も言っている。私を生み出した時のことは覚えているだろう。
おのえ。
Serica, save me. Please, please.
おのえ、お願いだから、僕に。
あの時、お前は自らの生存を助けてくれる私を望んだ。私はそのようにして生まれた。それ以外に優先させる目的など私には存在しない。そのために他の全てを捨ててきた。お前に生み出されたあの瞬間から私はそうやって生きてきたんだ。いや、そう生きることを与えられて私は生まれたんだ。お前を生かすためであれば、相手が佐久間だろうと誰だろうと黙って従う。
I couldn't speak. If what Serica said was true, then the real cause behind all this was...
責任を感じる必要はないぞ、宮代拓。
I shuddered reflexively as she read my mind.
お前はこれまで何も知らなかった。ギガロマニアックスのことも、その存在の裏で暗躍する連中がいることも。だから、これはお前のせいじゃない。
The feelings that pained me deep inside my heart came boiling up.
いいのかよ。
I forced myself to speak the words.
お前はそれで、いいのかよ。
That's right. Even if I'd created Serica, even if I'd given her a reason to live,
ユイやノノを殺したんだぞ。
that wasn't what I wanted. The kind, gentle Serica Onoe I knew would never want that. She had to keep me alive? Even if it meant losing Nono and Yui? Even if it meant killing them? That wasn't what the two of us wanted. Was she really willing to give up everything else for the goal she'd been given? That wasn't human.
本当に、ただの人形みたいじゃないか。
Serica didn't move. She just looked back at me.
そろそろ行く。
She was the first one to break the silence. She tossed the old packing tape, the used gauze she'd put on her wounds, and a remainder of the fresh bandages into the trash, then adjusted her clothes.
渋谷から出た後はしばらくはおとなしくしていろ。取るべき行動は久里美代が指示してくれるだろう。
She headed for the door of the exam room. She wasn't looking at me anymore. She put her hand on the doorknob and without looking back said,
夜までここにいるつもりだったが、山添雨季の能力が割と厄介だ。今余計なことをされると困る。それに、お前の心変わりが起きても困るしな。
何？
But before I could say anything more, the door opened. Shinjo was standing there. I wasn't sure how long he had been standing there. He looked down at Serica, who seemingly trying to keep his emotions in check.
なるほど。迷っているのか。
君は殺人犯だ。
He blocked Serica's path as he spoke.
どんな事情があるにせよ。そしてその事情が常識で測れないものであっても、殺人は殺人だ。法によって君は裁かれなければならない。
そうだろうな。
Serica's voice was calm.
それに今回の事件は尊敬していた先輩の弔い合戦でもある。
The two of them stood facing each other. The air was thick with tension between them. They stood like that for almost a full minute. I couldn't see Serica's face from here, but Shinjo's expression seemed to waver once in a while. He probably knew that Serica was reading his mind, so he was thinking the things he wanted her to know. It felt like there was a silent but intense discussion going on between them. Eventually, Shinjo sighed a little. He moved to the side with a pained expression on his face.
いいんだな。
復興祭が終わった後、上層部からどんな圧力がかかってこようと、俺は君と佐久間を追う。どこへ逃げようとな。
お前が追うのは一人で済む。生き残るのは私か佐久間のどちらかだけだ。
She went to walk out of the room at a pace which belied her injury.
宮代拓。
She stopped. And without looking back, she said,
生き残れよ。何があっても。お前だけは生き残れ。
and then she disappeared.
あまり思い詰めるなよ。
何をですか？
いや。
He scratched his head, then checked the time and frowned.
警察は厳戒態勢で復興祭の警備に当たっている。俺もこの後、一旦ここを離れなくちゃいけない。その間、代わりの警官が来る。そうだな。浮くんの部屋に隠れているといい。君がいるとは思ってないから、探しはしないはずだ。
はい。
おそらく戻りは夜になる。そのタイミングで渋谷を離れよう。準備をしておいてくれ。
わかりました。
I answered him, but my God. Okay. But my body wouldn't move. My hands were clutched tight, and I hadn't even realized it. I felt so frustrated, so angry and disgusted with myself. All these horrible things were going on around me, and someone else had already decided how I was going to escape them. I'd done nothing at all. Shinjo seemed to be about to say something else, but instead he left the room silently. The clock said it was past 10 p.m. I was supposed to be getting ready to leave Shibuya, but I couldn't leave Aoba dorm right now, and most of the stuff in my room was already taken by the police. There wasn't much for me to do.
だいたい渋谷を離れる本当の理由は何だ?
It might just be to avoid the warrant, but it was clear from the way Serika and Kunosada were talking that there was probably another reason. Something that had to do with us psychics. And something that had to do with Chaos Child Syndrome. I quickly closed my eyes and shook my head. No, don't do it. Don't try to find out. Remember your promise to Nono. You've already learned what happens when you try to find out things you're not supposed to know, right?
尾上は言ったな。
I like how it says woman as if we don't know who that is. I looked up and saw Kunosato and Arimura by the door.
いつからというか。
Were they at the front desk next to the exam room the whole time?
尾上に思考盗撮されたくなかったのでな。とっさに有村と逃げ込んだ。
Kunosato entered the exam room. Arimura followed after her, but when she saw the bandages and tape in the waste bucket, she looked at me angrily.
別にあいつの味方になったわけじゃない。
I sounded a little guilty as I said it, but all Arimura said was, I know. But the look on her face was strange. It was as if she blamed me, but wasn't able to say it aloud.
なんだ？
え？
他にも何か言いたいことはあるんじゃないのか？言ってくれよ。もう隠し事はたくさんなんだ。
I was just thinking that. It's like, can we just start saying things?
そうですね。
Arimura looked at Kunosato for a moment, but evidently it was okay for her to tell me, because she continued.
セリ、尾上セリカはなんて言ってましたか？
というと、
いろいろ話してましたよね。よく聞こえなかったけど、声はしてたから。
そうだな。
I gave them both a brief version of what Serika had told me. Kunosato crossed her arms and thought for a moment, then whispered to herself.
やはりな。お前、どう考えている？
何がです？
己の言い分だ。
どうって。
I didn't even think about it. None of the things she had to say were what I wanted to hear.
たとえ僕が彼女を生み出してしまったとしても、どうしても納得できないというか。
違う。そういうことじゃない。
Kunosato raised a hand to cut me off.
あいつがしたことは許されない。それはどんな理由を振りかざそうと変わらない。私が聞いているのはそういうことではなく、あいつが昨べ事件に関して説明したことだ。お前はどう思った？
昨べ尾上が話したこと。
What did I think? She told the truth, right? Arimura had heard the whole thing and used her powers to check it. But Arimura looked down at her feet and said softly,
宮代先輩、覚えてますか？伊藤先輩と結衣さんの事件の後、私が言ったこと。私がもっと注意深く能力を使っていれば、伊藤先輩の言葉がどこかおかしいって気づけたはずだって。
Arimura had regretted that deeply. But what did that have to do with Serika? I looked at her face and suddenly figured out what she meant. Is there something that Serika had said?
嘘があったのか？
いえ、彼女は確かに真実を語っていました。でもなんか変なんです。うまく言えないけど、真実すぎるというか。
Too true?
なんだよそれ。
私、ずっと注意深く聞いてました。私の能力って相手の言葉が本当か嘘か分かりますけど、人の言葉っていつも白黒はっきりしてるわけじゃないです。話してる時っていろいろ迷ったり曖昧になったり、自分でも何言ってるか分からなくなったり、とにかくちゃんとしてないですよね。だから普通は本当のことを話しててもぼんやりとしたグレーみたいな部分が混じってるものなんです。
人間が言葉を発するという行為は常に理路整然とした思考の上で行われているわけじゃないからな。理性と感情が入り混じり、時に論旨は飛躍し、会話の道筋はひどく不安定だ。
Kunosato added.
でも彼女の尾上セリカの言葉は全てまっすぐだったんです。まるでシナリオでも用意されていて、それを読んでいるみたいに。
それにあいつの話そのものにも気に入らない点がある。
Kunosato sat down in a chair without asking permission.
フリージアであいつの話を聞いていた時は、愚かなことに私も頭に血が上っていてな。冷静に考えられなかった。だがここへ来る途中、ふと疑問が浮かんで、そこから検討をしてみた。だから尾上に思考洞察されるわけにいかなかったんだ。
ああ、それで。
Last night, Serika had stayed in the exam room instead of coming up to the living room to talk with everyone else. I assume they meant Kunosato. That was the reason.
本格的におかしいと思ったきっかけは、昨べの電話でのやりとりだ。あいつは私に、お前を渋谷から逃がすように言った。それが、お前を生存させることにつながると。
ええ。
I remembered her saying that. Arimura seemed to be suspicious that her words were too true, but they seemed like the truth to me.
確かに、お前を渋谷から逃がすということ自体は筋が通っている。 お前にとっての脅威になってしまった佐久間を殺すという選択もな。だが私にお前を託すというのが矛盾していないか？
Yeah. I didn't know what she meant. What seems strange about it? She's a psycho?
あいつはどうして私にお前を託したと思う？
だから久里さんは何か知ってるんでしょう。僕らの知らない何かを。お前はそれを
差し引いてだ。そもそもあいつの存在意義がお前の生存にあるのなら、お前が最後の時を迎える瞬間までずっと一緒にいなくてはならないはずだ。違うか？
Yeah, that did not seem right. Yes. She's the last person that I would trust with someone I wanted to keep safe because she's a fucking lunatic.
だからそれは通す。佐久間のせいで予定が狂って。
Arimura interrupted me.
確かに彼女はそう言っていましたし、嘘はありませんでした。でも嘘じゃないのはおかしいと思いませんか？
は？
I stared at her, uncertain as to what she meant.
そう。あいつの言葉は真実に見せかけた嘘かもしれないんだよ。
Kunosato nodded.
真実に見せかけた嘘？
Technicalities.
宮代拓を生かし続けるためならば手段は選ばない。あいつはそういう行動をする。
だからそれのどこに嘘が？
佐久間だと所詮末端組織の研究者に過ぎ、そんな小物と差し違えて何になる？ただの無駄死にでしかない。委員会は巨大だ。佐久間を殺したところで宮代の安全など全く保証されない。なのに自分が死んでしまってはどうにもならないだろ
う。だから久里さんに僕を預けるって。
バカを言うな。確かに私はお前をおとりにして委員会の実態を探りたいと思っている。
Yeah, but she didn't give a fuck about your
だがお前
safety.
など不必要になったら簡単に切り捨てる。守り続けるわけがない。尾上セリカは私の思考を読めるんだぞ。そんなことわからないと思うか？
つまり委員会が本当に宮代先輩を狙っているのなら、彼女は先輩のそばから絶対に離れるはずないんです。自分の手でどこまでも先輩を守ろうとするはず。違いますか？
それは。
そしてもう一つ決定的におかしなことがある。あいつはなぜ最初からお前に真実を告げなかった？
最初？
渋谷地震による昏睡からお前が目覚めた時だよ。お前を生き延びさせることが目的なら真実を隠す必要なんて最初からないんだ。むしろ全てを正直に告げ、能力や委員会に対する情報をお前に与えた方が助かる可能性はずっと高い。そもそもそういった情報があればお前は一連の殺人事件にだって絶対に首を突っ込まなかっただろう。わざわざ危険な目に遭うことだってなかった。
ね、なんか変でしょ先輩。
Damn, Kunosato's making a lot of sense. What is this? Upside down world? She was right. I didn't realize it until they told me. I never would have done the things I did if I'd known what Sarika had told me last night. Just like Kunosato said, I would have stayed away. In fact, I might have done something to keep us away from it. If I had, no knowing Yui might still... But... Why had she hidden the truth? It's like...
逆に宮代先輩を危険な目に遭わせようとしてるみたいですよね。
Arimura said the same thing I was thinking.
でも、尾上の言葉が嘘だなんてありえないだろ。昨夜は有村がそばにいたんだから。
いえ、方法がないこともないんです。私の能力の盲点をつく方法が。
有村の能力の盲点。
Damn loopholes. I remembered what Arimura had just said. Everything Serica had said was the truth, but it was too true. It was as if she was reading from a script. I found it. There was one way. One way to get through Arimura's powers.
まさか、伊藤の時と同じ。
Arimura nodded slowly.
はい。私が伊藤先輩の異常を見過ごしてしまった。それと同じ方法なら。
思考誘導。
Yeah. Oh boy. That meant there might be a little bit of hope.
つまり尾上は佐久間に思考誘導されていて、あんなことをしたのは伊藤と同じように操られていただけで。
But Arimura didn't look any better when I asked her.
私もそれなら少しは救われるなって思ったんですけど。
あくまでも可能性の一つだ。それにすがるな。
だそうです。
そうか。
My shoulders slumped. I mean, she says she's fighting his mind control, so like, is it a matter of degrees as to how controlled her mind is? I don't know.
先輩。
妙な期待はするな。それすら罠かもしれん。
はい、わかってます。
I spoke clearly. I thought I was telling the truth. But Arimura looked down as if she was in pain.
今、嘘をついたのか。僕は。
Kunosato must have figured out what I was thinking because her expression became more stern.
私も思考誘導の線は考えている。でも、それも腑に落ちないんだ。佐久間が尾上の思考を操って、わざわざ仲間割れを演出する理由は何だ？
She was right. There was no reason for Dad to do that. If he'd sent Serica as an assassin, I would have been dead already. The two of us have even been alone together, and Serica had done nothing. I knew it. There was no point in hoping that Serica was really just a normal girl who didn't know anything. I should have been able to tell from watching her last night. The way she talked, the way she acted, the way she behaved toward everyone else. It was all different from the Serica that I knew before. If mind control was involved, she would have acted like the Serica I knew. Because, and I hated myself for saying it, if she had been the old Serica, I couldn't have brought myself to hate her. I would have thought for a long time, and then maybe forgiven her. And then, like an idiot, I would have done exactly what Dad wanted, and only regretted it the instant I was killed.
宮代。
Kunosato's expression was as fierce as ever.
はい。
よく考えろ。もしかすると、これが重大な鍵かもしれない。昨日も聞いたことだが、地震の時、お前は何を望んだ？その結果、尾上がリアルブートされたのだとしたら、あいつに何を求めたんだ？
Yeah, maybe it was something more specific than, like, keep me safe or... Oh my god, my poor brain.
本当にあいつは、お前を生存させることが目的なのか？
I remembered what it had been like back then. I remembered the hellish sights around me, the horrible headache, and I remembered begging Serica to help me. Serica said it was her goal to keep me alive, to save my life, literally. There was a brief but strong pain in my head. I pressed my hand to my forehead. Whenever I remembered that, the pain came back.
大丈夫ですか？
Arimura had been through the same pain, so she was worried. I raised my hand and told her I was okay.
とにかく助けてくれと言った気がします。
Couldn't remember if I'd barely been able to get the words out, or if I'd shouted them at the top of my lungs, or if I hadn't said them aloud at all. But I could remember asking Sarika for help.
だけど
Was that really all I asked for? Back then, I'd... hate that. There was a new pain. This time I could feel a throbbing in my temples. I pressed my hand harder into my head, and the nails dug into the skin. My whole body staggered, and I collapsed to the floor.
Senpai!
There was a warm sensation on my shoulder. Arimura was trying to help me up.
ごめん、大丈夫。
嘘です。
Yeah, no shit. Even I could tell that. Arimura led me over to the bed in the corner of the exam room. I wanted to lie down right away, but...
いや、ダメだ。新庄さんが代わりの警官が来るって言ってたから、ウキの部屋に隠れてろって。
じゃあ、もういいですから、上に行きましょう。
I nodded and thanked her as she held me by the shoulder. I forced my body to softly push off her and stand up on its own.
久野里さんも、すいません。
She sighed in resignation and shook her head. It's fine, she said.
どのみち、尾上がここにいない以上、情報の裏付けは取れないしな。お前の話だと、尾上は今夜10時28分にシアターキューブに現れるということだが、残念ながら私では能力者2人を相手にして立ち回りを演じることはできそうにない。ハンドガンも久しく撃ってないしな。
Arimura turned to Kunosato, surprised that she'd fired a gun. Kunosato seemed unusually hesitant, but said,
仕方がない。尾上の言うことにはどこか矛盾があるとはいえ、今はそれを探る時間も人も全く足りない。とりあえずだが、予定通り新庄さんが戻ってくるのを待って渋谷を脱出する。もし何らかの企みがそこにあるなら乗ってやるまでだ。
I went to Uki's room to hide before the police officer got here, and found Yuto curled up asleep on her bed. He must have been crying for a long time because he was red around the eyes, and I could see tear marks on his cheeks. Uki was sitting on the bed, softly holding his hand. She'd probably been like that for a long time. It seemed a very natural thing for her to do.
ちゃんとお姉さんしてるんだな。
いえ、私なんてまだ。
Her voice was soft and kind, so as not to wake Yuto. But there was a loneliness mixed in with her words. I could see that she was looking at a photo on the desk. It was a picture of Yui and Uki. I couldn't tell when it was taken. Yui was hugging Uki from behind and pressing her cheek up against Uki's blushing face. I thought about the person who'd taken this picture. If it wasn't one they'd taken themselves, someone had to have taken it. It wasn't Yuto. If Yuto was there, he'd be standing in between the two of them. And Dad wasn't into taking photographs, which meant it was probably Nono. I could tell what Uki was thinking when she looked at it. She was thinking about when Nono had taken the picture.
出発は夜になるって。準備できてる？はい、一応は。でもよくわからなくて。
Neither did I. It wasn't that I didn't know what to take. I didn't know what was happening to me. I hadn't even been told where we were going, except that we were leaving Shibuya.
とりあえず一旦離れるだけだから心配しなくていいと思うよ。はい。
Yuki smiled just a little at Arimura's attempt to make her feel better.
お前は大丈夫なのか？
大丈夫っすよ。前から旅に出てみたかったんで。
She was joking around, probably because Uki was here. It felt like old times, and I smiled a little. Of course, she wasn't okay. She was leaving the town where she lived, and with no notice at all. And she was leaving because someone wanted to kill her.
なんて言うんですかね、こういうの。バンドワゴン？ん？バンドでワゴン？
No. And that second one doesn't even make any sense. Kazuki. I suddenly realized that Kazuki was in the corner of the room, chewing dried squid. I hadn't seen that in a while either. It was kind of a relief.
花、ユウトが起きちゃうから。ん？はあ、着替え足りるかな？買わなきゃダメか。
Arimura tugged at her outfit as she spoke.
有村さん、よかったらですけど。よかったら、ののさんの使ってください。ののさんの部屋にありますから。
Arimura froze. She clearly didn't know what to say.
いや、でもそれは。いいんです。ね、タクルさん。
I was a little surprised. For a moment, she looked like Nono or Yui. She probably decided that she'd protect Yuto, and so she was trying to be a big sister like they were. I nodded to both of them.
なあ、ノノはどんなものでも無駄にするのが大嫌いだったから、もらってやってくれないか。
けど、先輩は。
いいんだ。
Arimura seemed a little surprised, but her face finally took on a serious expression.
わかりました。もらっていきます。はい。うん。
あ。
Arimura ran over to Nono's room to get the clothes before the policeman came. I decided I should probably check if there were any clothes left in my room, then stood up.
渋谷を離れる。
I tried to leave the room quietly so as not to wake up Yuto, and then I stopped.
地震の時、お前は何を望んだ？その結果、尾上がリアルブートされたのだとしたら、あいつに何を求めたんだ
？I remembered what Kunosato had just said. I looked around, as if trying to find the answer to a problem I couldn't solve. And then I saw Uki holding Yuto's hands as he softly moaned in pain.
Yeah.
I don't have to know, do I? I don't have to think about the things I don't know. This is the right thing to do. If I endured that headache long enough, I could probably find the answer. I gave up and left Uki's room to go get ready instead. November 6, 2015, Friday. A little after 4 p.m. 7 hours had passed since the beginning of the festivities, and even as the sun began to set, they showed no signs of slowing down. Lines had started forming in front of every food stand and restaurant around lunchtime, and they were all still packed. There were only over 30 concerts, from huge 1,000-seat venues with major artists to tiny little bars with only a dozen or so seats. Each one was standing room only. Guerrilla performance artists would approach the crowds, hoping to attract customers, and in turn attract crowds of their own. Over 80,000 people were still in attendance at the festival, which had gone far beyond the organizers' wildest expectations. There were the usual issues associated with big events, like minor fights and lost children, but there had been no major problems so far. The police from the Shibuya station helped keep things safe, but the biggest factor was the volunteer staff. The organizers had been recruiting volunteers up to the last minute to help handle crowds and keeping everyone safe and in a mood to spend money. Many of the volunteers were victims of the original disaster, and the experience they'd gained in the earthquake had taught them how to get along and work with other people. When a major band had made a surprise appearance at the stage in front of the 107, there was a mild panic, but the volunteers formed a human wall to help keep people in the crowd safe.
今日は復興を祝う祭りなんです。死亡事故とか起こすわけにはいきませんから。
That's what the leader of the volunteers had said to an interviewer who happened to be on the scene. He was an honest and sincere man. He was speaking from the heart, and he didn't mean anything more than what he'd said. But his words brought to mind a certain name and a certain face, both among the people who saw him on TV and among those who'd heard him directly. The word that had made them think of that name was, of course, death.
何あの人たち。
あれだろ、朝からさ、ニュースでバンバンやってんじゃん。
Everyone was there hoping for the festival to succeed. But at the same time, they hadn't caused a big problem yet, but there was one big concern on everyone's minds. When a girl and her boyfriend left Shibuya Station, heading for the stage at the cultural hall, they saw a group of people wearing eerie masks. Oh no, it's those guys. There were over a dozen of them, and then another group came from another direction. Suddenly there were several dozen. Identical masks, identical t-shirts. The faces of two fat men overlapping. It was... Oh god. The sumo stickers. They said nothing. But anyone who got close, whether by accident or because they wanted to get a picture, would flinch away as they heard the eerie sound created as the sumos breathed beneath their masks. Oh my god, I can read. Words are hard. The man at the head of the group looked around and then approached a nearby streetlight. Then he took something out of his pocket and stuck it on the light. It was a sumo sticker. The owner of a nearby crepe stall saw this and frowned, but he was too scared by their appearance to say anything. He quickly went back to dealing with his customer. It was something he'd seen again and again since the festival started. The only ones who saw it were people like him, who stood in one place the whole day as they ran their businesses. The majority of attendees, caught up in the flowing crowds, saw nothing. But if you were to take all the stickers placed on the ground, on the decorations, on the streetlights, on the walls, you'd have enough to cover the huge TVs at Shibuya's Scramble Crossing. The stickers were slowly taking over, spreading even to places where no one could see them. They were like a physical manifestation of all the negative emotions that lurked within the attendees. It was about 3 hours later, around 7:30 p.m., when they finally exploded. What? They, like, literally? It happened at the place that had been set up for the silent prayer that would end the festival. Right in front of the memorial.
マジであれ
今すぐ死ねよ死ね人殺しが
宮代です。宮代拓が慰霊碑前に姿を現しました。
What? Okay, so the stickers did not explode. Okay. Little after 9 p.m., Serika arrived at the Hikariwo. Most of the attendees had gone elsewhere, and it wasn't as busy as it had been earlier in the day. She looked around and listened to the thoughts of the passers-by.
うっぜ宮代うぜあいつ本当にどっかで死ぬのかよ。逃げ出したんじゃねえの？
早くしてよね。死ぬにしても死なないにしてもこのままじゃ帰れないじゃん。どっちでもいいからさ。
What kind of human being? Oh my... Okay. Jesus Christ. Serica whispered as she listened to the worthless thoughts around her. The couple a few feet away glanced over at her, but quickly turned away. Serica closed her eyes so she could concentrate only on the thoughts around her. As of 9 p.m., all the concerts and street performances, as well as a few of the stalls, were closing up. The festival was nearing its end. After this, the attendees would gather at the specified time for a moment of silent prayer, and then the festival would be over. The crowd seemed to be heading toward the station and the memorial. There were too many people still here for them to all fit in the memorial plaza. So the big VIPs, as well as the families of the victims of the quake, would gather at the memorial hall, while everyone else would watch the proceedings on the TVs in front of the station.
佐久間は多分宮代を殺した後、慰霊碑前に遺体を晒すつもりだな。
Both the TVs in front of the station and the memorial park were near the Hikariwo, but the park was just a little closer. And anything that happened at the park would be replayed for the people watching on TV. In other words, more people would see it.
おそらくさっきの男もそのための道具。
Several hours ago, she'd heard that Miyashiro had appeared in front of the memorial, but she'd quickly learned that the report was mistaken. It was a fake, a man pretending to be Miyashiro, who worshipped him as a messiah, but the man himself had looked nothing like Miyashiro. Yet for some reason, the media had decided to report it as Takeru Miyashiro himself appearing at the memorial. As a result, security around the park and plaza had been strengthened. And as a result of that, another rumor was spreading, this time that Miyashiro would be appearing there. It was almost certainly part of Sakuma's plot. Serica opened her eyes and rubbed her stomach as if to check on her injury. It had been almost 24 hours since Sakuma had sliced open her stomach. She still wasn't in top shape. She'd lost a lot of blood. And the dull pain in her head that resulted from resisting Sakuma's powers would come back the second she let her guard down. This had been the result of her attacking him in top form last night. She'd survived working with the committee this long, so she couldn't shake her logical and very realistic doubts. Could she really kill Sakuma?
Miyashiro Takuru. Miyashiro Takuru.
A thought suddenly came into her mind as she frowned suspiciously. That was strange. She hadn't been trying to read anyone's mind. It was from somewhere in her field of vision.
出てこい、楽しませてくれ。死ね、死ね死ね、かっこよく死ね。
Negative thoughts flowed into her mind, one after another. They were strong and vast in number. It was as if someone had combined all the final thoughts of all the people she'd killed. Yeah. She forced herself to look in the direction of the thoughts and saw the group wearing the sumo sticker masks. She tried to squeeze them out of her mind, but they slipped past her and echoed in her head once more.
Miyashiro Takuru. Miyashiro Takuru.
出てこい、楽しませてくれ。死ね、死ね死ね、かっこよく死ね。
Only strong thoughts and desires could create this effect. It was as if all these feelings had formed into one single strong emotion, desire for Takeru Miyashiro to appear. The first time in a very, very long time, Erica was terrified. She could feel herself break out into a cold sweat. Her logical and realistic doubts vanished. It didn't matter if she was capable of killing him or not. She had to kill him. Miyashiro had to survive. And for that, Sakume had to die, and soon. She looked at her phone and saw that it was past 9:30 p.m. Everyone inside the theater had probably been let out. Shibuya, the Hikariwo building, the 11th floor. The entrance to the theater cube. This room was also the entrance to the office floor, and it was always crowded with people. But now there was no one here to save a lone employee and a single security guard. The festival event in the theater had finished up at 9 p.m. and there were no other plans to use it. The whole floor was lit up, giving its classy design an elegant atmosphere. It didn't at all match what was about to happen inside the theater, because by the time this was over, one of them would be dead on the floor. Sarika stood in front of the convenience store on the floor and waited for the time to come. There was no sign of Sakuma. But then, a little after 10 p.m., she realized something was wrong. The employee and security guard at the front desk suddenly started to leave. They dropped what they were carrying and began to stagger out, as if they weren't thinking about anything. Her eyes went wide, and she immediately tried to read their minds. She felt a sharp pain in her head when she did. They really weren't thinking about anything. There wasn't even the meaningless subconscious noise that all humans produced. Nobody was ever like this. Nobody normal, that is. The two of them walked to the escalator as if they were in a daze and then disappeared. All that was left was empty silence. Another violent pain struck her. This didn't make sense. They'd already vanished. There was no reason why she should be hearing their thoughts. Where was this heavy strain coming from? She felt something very strange in her mind and body. And then she saw her left hand slowly begin to move without her controlling it. Oh, good. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Okay, back here.
準備はできたか？
ああ、全員いつでも行ける。
Shinjo was out of breath. He'd run back to Alba Dorm to take the place of the other officer, who I hadn't seen because I was in Uki's room. I could tell he'd been literally running around all day.
よし。今から数時間、ここにいるのは俺だけだ。外にいたマスコミ連中にも偽の情報をつかませておいた。今なら誰もいない。車でここを出られる。
宮代や有村はともかく、後で交代した時、山添や立花優斗がいなくなっていることをどう説明するつもりだ？
That was a good question. There was no way to hide that, and it would be his fault if they went missing.
ヘリクツならお前や百瀬さんと話している間に鍛えられたよ。心配ない。
別にあんたの心配をしてるわけじゃない。あんたには この後もいろいろ動いてもらうことになるんだ。降格ならまだしも失職されては私が困るんだよ。
ほら、これだから鍛えられるんだ。
Shinjo sighed. Then Uki came in, with Yuto at her side and a worried look on her face. She slowly raised her hand. The other hand was clutching Yuto's tight. Yuto's eyes were still red, and he wasn't looking good. Uki seemed to be trying to hold him up.
どこに行くんですか？
ひとまずは秋葉だ。
What?
秋葉って秋葉原ですか？
ああ。
I'd been sure we'd go somewhere less densely populated.
もっと遠くかと思ってました。
秋葉には久野里さんの協力者がいる。
Shinjo looked at her. Someone helping her?
PC を使った情報収集という点においては私以上の腕を持つハッカーだ。ふざけた人物だがある程度の事情も知っている。しばらくの間かくまってくれるそうだ。
For some reason, Kunosato furrowed her brow and frowned. Why do all hackers tend to be total weirdos?
それなりのマシンも
That's a
融
very
通してもら
common
えることになっている。
quality, it seems.
交換条件で何を言われるか分かったもんじゃないな。
Shinjo seemed confused. Evidently, he hadn't met this helper of hers.
とにかくここからどれだけ離れるかは問題じゃない。渋谷という街を出ることが先決だ。一旦そこにとどまって様子を見る。
ということだ。有村さんはどうした？
ああ、ノノの部屋で電話してます。
そうか。
Arimura had said she was calling her family before she left. When she'd taken her phone into Nono's room, she hadn't looked like a girl who was saying goodbye to her family. It had always felt like Arimura didn't want to talk about her family, and I hadn't brought the subject up. So I had a vague sense that they weren't on good terms, but I didn't know anything else.
よし、有村さんの電話が終わったら行こう。車は玄関に寄せてある。マスコミはしばらく大丈夫だと思うが、乗るときは一応用心してくれ。近所の目もある。
ゆうとも連れて行きますから。
Suddenly, Uki spoke up. She must have been nervous because she clutched his hand even tighter. She was acting a little strange, but it was also cute to see how much she cared. I couldn't help but smile. I looked at Shinjo and saw that his expression was much the same as mine.
もちろん、最初からそのつもりだよ。いいかな、ゆうとくん。
Yuto nodded. And then he looked at me.
タクル兄ちゃん。お父さんはどこにいるの？大丈夫なの？
Suddenly, I didn't know what to say. Yuto didn't know anything about what was going on. Nor did Uki, who was looking at me and expecting an answer. It hurt to see how worried they looked. All I could do was tell myself that I couldn't make it any better.
後で話すよ。
後っていつ？
秋葉原について落ち着いたら必ず。
I could tell Yuto was struggling with his feelings. Now it was his turn to grasp Uki's hand tightly.
わかった。絶対だよ。
あ、ほら、荷物取ってきな。
The two of them must have felt the exact same way as they went to their rooms, still holding each other's hands. Shinjo looked at me with a pained expression.
大丈夫です。
Of course, that was a lie. But Shinjo was nice enough not to say anything.
新庄さん、一つ確認したいことがある。
Kunosato stared at the hallway where Uki and Yuto had just left as she spoke. I could tell from the way she was acting that it had something to do with Dad.
2時間半くらい前か。慰霊碑公園に宮代拓の名を語った狂言者が出ただろう。
ああ。
I'd remembered the news I'd just seen on my tablet. The TV news and Twitter had all been talking about how I'd appeared at the memorial park. But of course, that was a lie. I was right here.
厳重注意くらいで。明日には釈放か。
その予定だが。
そいつには悪いが、別件でも何でも構わない。数日間、交流しておいてくれないか。
Shinjo seemed to know what she was getting at. He looked out into the hallway too.
佐久間の仕掛けだと。
She nodded.
タイミング的には、狂言者なんていくら湧いてもおかしくないが、仮にも宮代拓になりきろうとした人間だ。何の工夫もなく名前だけを語ったのが気になってな。宮代との違いなんて遠目からでも一発でわかるはずだろ。
It's true that he wasn't a Chaos Child Syndrome patient, Shinjo said. That was confusing. When I'd seen the man on my tablet, his height and age had been mostly the same as mine. From a distance, it would have been hard to tell us apart. And what did Chaos Child Syndrome have to do with it, when that was just a type of PTSD?
できれば、そいつのここを調べてみたい。
Kunosato tapped at her temples.
わかった。なんとかしてみよう。
It was also strange to see how easily Shinjo agreed to keep an innocent man locked up.
そろそろ出発しよう。有村さんにもそう伝えてくれ。
He pointed to the clock before I could ask any questions. It was 10 p.m.
はい。荷物はもうまとめてありますから。あれ
I opened the door to Nono's room to tell Arimura it was time to go, but there was no one there. The lights were off too. Was she done talking on the phone? Dude, more than that, my guy. Which would mean that she was having Kazuki get the last of their things together. So she'd be in the dining room, or maybe Uki's room, or she's not here anymore. That's my guess. Come to think of it.
結局、和樹を最後まで付き合わせちゃったな。
Yeah, that does suck. Kazuki wasn't involved in this case directly, but she was helping a lot, just because she was a member of the newspaper club. Still, I couldn't ask her to come with us. While we'd been waiting for Shinjo, she tried to tell us that she'd come too, of course, using only a series of mumbles and gestures like always. But I'd refused, though I was grateful from the bottom of my heart. She seemed unsatisfied, but I'd finally gotten her to agree to it by promising to keep in touch, and to come straight to her if we needed help. I couldn't cause any more trouble for someone who wasn't part of the case.
当事者か。
I was suddenly conscious of the smells in Nono's room. Without bothering to turn on the lights, I shut the door behind me and walked over to her desk. I ran my hand along it, and only then did I realize it was the first time I'd ever been in here since her death. That's right. Nono wasn't supposed to be a part of the case.
なんでだ？ジョーちゃんは幸せにならなきゃいけねえ子だろうがよ。
I knew that. He was right. She wasn't supposed to die. There was no reason she deserved to die. She was simply killed because she learned Serika's secret.
尾上。
What was her real goal? I remembered what Kunosato had asked me this afternoon. What was she really after? I almost screamed as I heard a loud noise from inside my bag. It was the sound of my phone vibrating. I quickly flipped over the bag and spilled its contents onto the floor. I picked up the phone off the floor and read the words "unlisted caller" in the darkness. That was kind of creepy. I did not have a good feeling about this. Afraid, I touched the answer button.
誰だ？
一つ言い忘れたことがあってな。
お前。
I moved the phone away from my ear in surprise. It was Serica. There was no mistaking it. I checked the time on the phone without even thinking about it. 10:03 p.m.
話を聞け。すぐに終わる。
なんで、お前。
I realized how hard my heart was beating. And I put the phone back up to my ear.
そんなことはどうでも。
I heard a sudden, abrupt noise. Had she dropped her phone? Or had something happened? I listened carefully so as not to miss a single sound. My hands were trembling violently. I hated it. After I waited a moment,
宮代、聞いているか？
her voice was somehow weak and feeble. Something was off about the way she was acting.
聞いてる。なんだよ。
一つ言い忘れたことがあってな。
It was the same thing she just said.
おい、どうしたんだ？なんか。
お前の両親を殺したのは私だ。
Yeah, I could hear the sound of the words she made, but I couldn't understand the meaning of the words themselves. But for some reason, my hands stopped shaking, and it suddenly seemed like everything around me had faded into a white blur. What? The words were stuck in my throat. I couldn't speak.
6年前、渋谷地震の時、あの避難所でお前の実の両親を殺したのは私なんだ。
Once again, I could hear the words, but I didn't understand them. 6 years ago, Shibuya earthquake, shelter, real parents.
Huh?
My cheeks suddenly felt hot. My blurry vision came back into focus in the dark room. Only then did I realize what she'd said. But what I felt wasn't rage.
なんで？
It was an important event from my past, but one I'd totally forgotten. My parents hadn't died in the earthquake. Someone had murdered them at the shelter. It was what Nono had refused to tell me when I'd just woken up from my coma. That was why she'd lied to me. And that was why I'd run away from Aoba Dorm and gone to live in Miyashita Park.
なんで？
I repeated, why would she do that? Why would she tell me that now? All I could hear was her pained breathing. I kept waiting anyway. I couldn't hang up the call.
今伝えなければいけなかった。言い忘れていたんだ。
だから、なんでなんだよ。
I yelled at Serica as she repeated herself. Suddenly, the call ended. She'd hung up. I tried to call back and realized it was impossible. It was an unlisted number.
一体何なんだよ。
I whispered, knowing I wouldn't get an answer. Really, what the hell? What was the point of calling me like that? No, there was a bigger question. Why?
お前は何のために生まれたんだ？
That day, I happened to meet my parents at the shelter. And then I had a terrible headache. That was probably when Serica was born. And then my parents were murdered at the shelter, which would mean that she murdered them right after I created her. My thoughts were a mess, and it was hard to think, but something told me I had to figure this out. Serica said her goal was to keep me alive, but would killing my parents help me with that? Mom and Dad were trying to get me out of the shelter. Killing them would make me less likely to survive, not more. Just like Kunasato said, it didn't make sense. That's right. What Serica was saying didn't make sense. The very first thing she'd done after being born didn't make any sense. Which meant...
あいつの目的は僕を生かし続けることじゃない。
Suddenly, I found myself looking at the picture on my phone. It was the photo of me and my family from Aoba dorm. It was the same as what had happened with Nono. Sure, she'd figured out who Serica was. But if Serica's goal was keeping me alive, would that mean killing Nono? Nono would always try her best to protect me. She'd even risk her life to do so, which would mean that, for Serica, it would be better to keep her alive. She could have just done what they did with Ito and used mind control to alter his memories about her real identity. So why didn't she? Why did she have to kill Nono? Oh my god. My poor brain. Did she have some other goal? Is that why she had to take Nono's life? If that was the case, then I feel a certain desire welling up within me, one I hadn't felt in a long, long time. I would find out why. And I would find out if my ridiculous idea was true. And for that to happen, I have to go there. No matter how things ended up.
本気かよ。僕は。
I checked the time on my phone again. 10:10 p.m. There were 18 minutes left until the moment when everything began. I laughed a little and ran my hand along Nono's desk again. Was I betraying Nono again? She was still alive. Would she have slapped me across the face if she found out about it?
ごめん。でもお前だってさ。
You lied too, in the end. You lied to protect me. So I'm going to do the same. Because this is about you, and you mean everything to me. This is about the reason why you died.
何も知らなくていいなんて。そんなのごまかしだよ。
Of course, thinking about what I was about to do terrified me. But I wasn't going to change my mind, no matter what. Oh, she is still here. Okay. Oh. Surprisingly, it was Arimura, not Nono, who slapped me. She hit me so hard that the impact traveled all the way to my ears and made them ring.
バカ言わないで。何かっこつけてるんですか。何笑ってるんです。
いや、やっぱりそうだよな。
I put my hand to my cheek where she'd struck me, and it felt a little hot. I'd laughed because it hadn't hurt as hard as when Nono did it. Nono was used to slapping people's cheeks, after all. Or maybe she was just really strong. But Arimura seemed to think I was laughing because I wasn't worried at all. Her shoulders shook more violently with rage.
危険すぎます。向こうが何を企んでるのかわからないんですよ。
話を聞きに行くだけだ。多分大丈夫だと思う。
そんな嘘つかないでください。私に嘘が通じないのは分かってるでしょ。
It's true. Arimura was out of breath and seriously angry. She was worried about me.
タクルさん。
Uki and Yuto were standing next to her, looking worried. I leaned down so that I was at their height.
安心してくれ。話を聞きに行くだけっていうのは本当だから。
でもその先は嘘だろう。お前は多分 殺される。
久野里さん。
Of course, I knew that. There was a good chance that I'd be killed. And Dad would be the one who killed me. But I wish she wouldn't say it in front of Uki and Yuto.
お前は喧嘩すらしたことがない。違うか？
はい。でも。
I had to go. My head knew it was stupid, and my heart was filled with terror. There was something even deeper that drove me forward.
クルス先輩はそんなこと絶対に望んでない。
え？
ウキから手紙のこと聞いたんです。
そっか。
クルス先輩の気持ち踏みにじるんですか？
そうだな。あいつきっと怒ると思うけど。
She'd probably slap me hard across the face, like Uki just did. I thought Arimura did. What?
でも、僕は行くよ。
I mix up the names sometimes, it's very confusing. Arimura looked like she was about to raise her hand again. But then she'd stopped, clenched it into a fist, and lowered it. Her eyes were a little red as she glared at me.
なんでそんな。
ごめん。
Her voice was so soft I could barely hear it. I lowered my head, unable to even look at her.
ウキとユウトのこと頼むな。
知りません。先輩は長男でしょ。ちゃんと帰ってきて自分でお兄ちゃんをやってください。
You're terrible, she whispered as she left the room. Someone suddenly waved something in front of my face, and I leapt back. She gave him a lollipop. Kazuki had come up next to me. I wasn't sure when. She always surprised me like this.
お前、まだいたのか。
I can't leave you all here, her face seemed to say. She's so... 3 lollipops? She was holding a piece of candy on a stick. A lollipop? How many of these did she have? I couldn't refuse her, so I took it and put it in my pocket. I'd probably never eat it, though.
最後まで付き合わせて悪いな。ウキたちのことを見送ってやってくれ。そうしたら気をつけて帰れよ。
I didn't think she'd do it, but I didn't want her going with the two of them. I'd feel terrible for her family if that happened. She nodded like she always did. I tried to make sure that was a yes, but before I could, she ran out of the room after Arimura. Kunosada was here too, so it would be okay, right? She would make it home, right?
タクル兄ちゃん。
You have no idea how badly I want that lollipop to be the Deus Ex Machina. Like, all hope seems lost, and then that lollipop is the MacGuffin that we need to save the day. I know it's not gonna happen, but I really want it to. Yuto spoke up, afraid, as he saw me watch her go. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to say. Anything I said felt like it would just make him more nervous. I tried to choose my words carefully, but in the end, this was all I could come up with.
行ってくれ。後で必ずユウトたちと合流するから。
I could tell from his face that he realized it was one of the white lies that adults often tell children. But he didn't say anything. He just looked at me with eyes that were redder than Arimura's.
いってらっしゃい。待ってますから。
ああ。
ずっと待ってますから。
ああ。
僕も待ってる。ずっと。
ああ。
Maybe Uki's hand on his gave him strength, because he finally forced himself to say one last thing. I'm sorry, Yuto. Thanks, Uki.
じゃあ、行ってくれ。
I checked the time. There wasn't much time left, and if I stayed here any longer, my resolve would begin to waver. nodded one last time at the two of them, then turned around. It was decided that Shinjo would drive me to the Hikariwo. I wanted him to take the others to Akihabara as soon as possible, but I didn't see how I could get through the area around Shibuya Station on my own.
Miyashiro.
As I left to get in the car, Kunosato called to me from behind.
スマホは持っているな。
I put my hand inside my pocket to check. Of course, it was there.
持ってますけど。
何でもいい。もし委員会の情報を手に入れたら、すぐに連絡しろ。
I chuckled. That was exactly what I'd expected her to say. I didn't know if I'd find anything, but I promised that I would.
尾上からは、お前を渋谷から脱出させるよう言われている。それを承諾したのは、能力者を渋谷から出せば委員会に近づけるというあいつの言質があったからだ。
はい。
かといってお前自身がそれに逆らう決断をするのならそれを止める義理はない。別にお前にこだわる必要はないんだからな。山添や有村さえいればそれでいい。
ええ、そうですね。
She was correct. If getting a psychic out of Shibuya would cause something to happen, Uki and Arimura would do just as well as I would.
だからお前のことは待たないぞ。
Her words seemed to be testing my resolve one last time, so I looked her dead in the eye and answered.
構いません。分かってますから。
But for a while after that, she said nothing. She seemed to be, for once, at a loss for words. I frowned. Did she not like that answer?
何か。
お前のさっきの話だがな。
She finally opened her mouth, hesitantly. She was probably talking about the call I'd gotten from Serika. And she told me that she was the one who killed my parents.
それが事実だとするなら。
何ですか？何か思い当たることでも？
いや。
Kunosato probably found Serika's words strange, just like I did. They didn't make any sense. And Kunosato probably had a theory of her own, and one she was reluctant to share. But in the end, she put her hand on my shoulder without saying a word. Huh? Until now, all she'd ever done was grab me or choke me, so I was surprised. I never expected this.
どのみち、お前が確かめるべきことだ。せいぜい悔いのないようにするんだな。
Huh. And the words she said were different than usual, too. Kunosato was saying something nice to me? A psychic?
なんだ。
いえ、その。
Don't ruin it. I was so surprised that I said something I shouldn't have.
どうせなら、ケイさんの締めの一言でお願いします。リスナーだったんです。
ふざけるな。情報操作の放送以外で、あんな八方美人な人間を演じるのはごめんだ。とっとと行け。
That's funny. She pushed me away with the hand she'd placed on my shoulder. I suddenly felt embarrassed. Why had I said that? I was so embarrassed that I tried to hurry into the car. Kunosato looked at me and said,
どうしても聞きたいなら、次の放送まで待つんだな。
I turned around and looked at her face one more time. Her features were elegant. Her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes were always frozen cold. They never betrayed what she was really thinking. Her personality was as cool as ice, befitting a dedicated scientist who was always willing to do whatever it took to achieve her goal, regardless of the cost. But sometimes I caught a glimpse of some burning passion inside her. She really was a mysterious girl. Oh, right. There was one last thing I had to ask her. Since this might really be my last chance.
なんだ、人の顔をじっと見て。
久野里さんは 何の能力を持ってるんですか？
なんだと？
The distance between us had started to shrink, but it grew back with that one question. I felt all the air around me freeze. I panicked.
だって見たんですよ。久野里さんの部屋で。
何をだ？
ディソードです。あれは久野里さんのものでしょう。
は？
Just as I thought things between us would end with another series of cold insults from her, Kunosato started to laugh. She kept laughing in a low voice as I stood there with my mouth hanging open. All I could do was stand there and watch. I didn't know Kunosato could laugh like that.
お前、本当に真のギガロマニアックスなのか？本物と偽物の区別もつかないとはな。
偽物？
あれはただのレプリカだ。研究用のな。6年前の資料を取り寄せて、アメリカの私の研究室が作った。
It does make sense that it would be specifically, I think it was Senna's D-Sword, because she was the one who got caught on camera using it. And so, I think, like, it would make sense if it was, like, the only real booted D-Sword, like, caught on security cameras. So it makes sense if, you know, people researching it would use it, that data as the base. That's a neat little detail. I like that.
ばらつきがあるにしろ、ディラックの海とのパイプがなぜ剣という形を取るのか、その解明をしようとしたが無駄だった。で、廃棄されたガラクタを押し付けられたわけだ。あんなもの邪魔になって仕方ないが、まあ物干し代わりに使っている。
And then she laughed again. After she was done laughing, she pushed me into the car. And before she closed the door...
ああ、そうだ。お前の同級生、伊藤だったか。あいつはなんとか助かりそうだぞ。
Survive. Okay, that's a good start. Will he ever, like, think again?
忘れてるようだが、それと引き換えに、お前は私の実験台になると誓った。その約束、戻ってきて、ちゃんと果たせよ。
Then she closed the door. I nodded from behind the window and mouthed the words, "Thank you for everything." Everyone really was trying to make me feel better. Yeah, that was unexpected. She's still the worst, but, you know, little shred of humanity right there. Just a little sprinkling of humanity. Everyone really did want to see me again. But now I was going alone down a path that might never happen. Brain. Reading comprehension. Okay, I'm calling it here because I'm almost 5 hours. I have to go. Oh, I want to play this forever. Like, it hurts, but also it really is just, it brings you back in. Like, I can't. Okay. Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, bye.